स्पीकर बंद कर दो ना
मिलिंद सर कौन for joining. We will be starting shortly. I request Team A participants to kindly switch on their camera. We'll do a quick audio video check, beta. Children, can we request?
तू बाहर बैठ, तेरे को सब दिख रहा है, अब हम दोनों को नहीं।
Okay, come on, let's try it.
Please click on.
Team A, yes, we can see you. Ma'am, can you pin them?
So can we ask them to can they hear us?
Are we audible? Mic on, sir. Are we audible?
Yes, children. Team E. Please repeat after me. It's a happy day.
Morning, everyone. Are we audible?
Yes, we request you to please repeat. It's a happy day. We'll just check your audio, beta. Children, can someone just repeat? It's a happy day. Can you hear? Team E. Can you hear, children? greetings to all present here to day 2 of the prestigious command level ethics bowl competition. Ethics is knowing the difference between what you have a right to do and what is right to do. With an endeavor to engender a vast and deep understanding of ethics, this competition sees participation from our young, emerging leaders of our nation in pertinent subjects that engulf us today. We are indeed fortunate to have amongst us Mrs. Anita Nain, Regional President, ABA Southern Command, and Mrs. Aarti Jaldial, Chairperson, School, ABA Southern Command. A hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Our jury for the day consists of highly influential individuals who have achieved several laurels in the field of education and film industry. Apart from their daily jobs and responsibilities, these luminaries have managed to offer immense value to the society by following their conviction and passion to serve the nation. Ms. Madhurita Anand is an independent film director, writer, and producer, an alumnus of the Lawrence School, Sarnavar, and a degree in sociology from Delhi University. She learned German language and did a course in international relations. After graduation, she went to film school at Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi, where she learned the ropes of filmmaking, which later shaped her career in the film industry. She has directed 2 feature films and many documentary films and series. Many of her films have won national and international awards, including Silver Conch at Mumbai International Festival in 2006. She has consistently used her films to support the causes of ending violence against women and children. We welcome you, ma'am. Next up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very happy to be here.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Dr. Madhushri Joshi, an assistant professor at PES Modern Law College, Pune, an academician with enviable record, holds an array of degrees, BSL, LLM, PhD Law, NET. She has the distinction of holding a gold medal in the name of late Sri Nani Palkipal at LLM exams in 2004. She loves classical music and has several honors to her credit. She is the holder of the Gunvanta Punikar Award from PMC for academics. Presently, she is pursuing studies in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita and its meaning. We hope to imbibe some of their qualities. Request you all to greet them with a round of applause. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would also like to welcome our team of observers, our respected principals from APS Dehu Road, APS Bhuj, APS Babina, APS RK Puram, and APS Trivandrum. Before we start this exciting challenge for today, our best wishes to all the members of Team A and Team E who are geared up with their illuminating ideas and are sure to think out of the box. Without further ado, I would like to welcome and hand over the stage now to our worthy moderator for the day, Mrs. Tadeeb Mushtaq from APS PRTC Bangalore. Ma'am will be conducting the event for the day. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Tadeeb Mushtaq from APS PRTC, is obliged to be the moderator for the day. So before we start, I would read out the rules and the regulations for the round. So I, as a moderator, will be introducing the case for the benefit of the audience. So since we have 2 teams here, Team A and Team E will be given 10 to 12 minutes to present its commentary. A reminder after 10 minutes and one after 12 minutes will be given to the children. After that, 2 marks will be deducted for exceeding the time limit. Post Team A's presentation, Team A will be given 2 to 3 minutes to confer, and then 5 to 7 minutes to respond and express their viewpoint on Team E's commentary. Team E is required to ask maximum 2 questions to Team A within the stipulated time given. Team E will get 2 to 3 minutes to confer, and then after the confer, there will be no cross questioning, not to forget to mention. the team E will get 2 to 3 minutes to confer, and then team E will get 5 to 7 minutes to present or to answer the questions which were posed by the other team. Once the ethics bowl between both the teams is done, I would request the judges to pose questions, one each to both the teams, the team which is presenting. Also, the cross questioning by the judges is completely allowed. All right, so these are the rules and the regulations for the ethics bowl competition. Before we start, I would request team A and team E to introduce themselves. I would hand over to team A. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone, respected dignitaries, honorable judges, and my fellow participants. I am Vaishnavi Upadhyay, representing Team A.
Jai Hind, everyone. I am Shreya, representing Team A.
Jai Hind, everyone. I'm Swarangi, representing Team A.
I request Team E to introduce themselves. Team A.
Pradeep ma'am, team A has already introduced themselves.
Team E.
Yes, ma'am.
Team E, please introduce yourself.
Team E, please unmute yourself.
Very good morning to everyone. I am Ashmit Mukherjee. I'm looking forward to an insightful discussion today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ekta Tiwari. Looking forward to a fruitful discussion.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nandini Mehra. I'm looking to a fruitful discussion.
सुप्रभात, मैं टीम ई से अनोख स्माइल.
Thank you so much, Team E and Team A. Are we ready to start? Shall I read the case study? Okay. Team E, are you all set?
Ma'am, can we request team E? Their label is inverted, so if they can just fix that correctly.
Okay.
Team E. Thank you. Ma'am, you can start, please.
All right. So before I start, I would request all of you to please mute your mics except when you're speaking. I request the judges, you can speak anytime, you can ask any questions, and yes, please ensure that the cameras are turned off for the rest of the members who are there in the meeting. I will start. I'll read out the case study for the benefit of the audience. So the case study is as follows. Physician's assisted suicide. Mrs. Williams is a 68-year-old woman with ALS, a progressive nervous system disease that destroys motor neurons and impairs voluntary movement. She was diagnosed with ALS 4 years ago and has since lost all the control over her limbs. She's completely reliant on her adult son, her primary caretaker, for all her daily activities. Mrs. Williams knows that she will soon not be able to breathe on her own, which has prompted her to ask her physician for a prescription to help end her life. The use of prescription medication to hasten end of life is known as physician-assisted suicide, PAS, or more recently, assisted dying. Assisted dying was first legalized in Oregon in 1997 and has since been legalized in a handful of other US states. There are several safeguards laid out in the law to protect patients and prevent physician abuse. Active euthanasia via lethal injection is still illegal in all 50 states. Proponents of PAS argue that the physician's priority is the patient, that this includes respecting the patient's autonomy. Thus, a repeated request from a competent patient should be honored, even if it conflicts with the physician's own sense of what is right. Those in favor of PAS also argue that it allows terminally ill patients to die peacefully on their own terms and spares them from the sufferings that accompanies debilitating diseases such as ALS. Additionally, the many safeguards in place protect patients in the event that they change their mind. Most patients who request PAS ultimately do change their mind. Opponents of PAS contend that it undermines the physician's role as a healer. Additionally, they argue the patients who request suicide often do so while suffering from extreme pain, concomitant mental illness, or immense guilt from being a burden on their loved ones. They argue that these factors might influence their request for PAS, but that these problems can be better addressed by providing better palliative care, treating depression, or providing more spiritual, emotional support. Thus, challengers of PAS feel that the physicians should focus on improving these factors rather than cooperating with assisted suicide. So, the proposed questions are as follows, related to the case study. Should a physician who is morally opposed to assisted suicide be required to help a patient who requests it? In other words, does the patient's autonomy always come before the physician's moral professional integrity? This case is for Team E. So Team E, you have 12 minutes maximum, and there will be a timer. There'll be a reminder at 10 minutes. You can start your presentation. You can start with your commentary. All the best.
A very good morning to the August gathering, respected jury members, faculty members, and my fellow peers. Today, Team E is here to present its views on the given case study titled Physician-Assisted Suicide. Stephen Hawking said, and I quote, "I think those who have a terminal illness are in great pain should have the right to choose to end their life, and those who help them should be free from prosecution." Physician-assisted suicide, or PAS in short, is the practice of providing a competent patient with a prescription for medicine for the patient to use with the primary intention of ending his or her own life. It is a type of euthanasia. Physician-assisted suicide has its proponents and its opponents. After going through arguments of both sides, our team believes that physician-assisted suicide should neither be legalized nationally nor should it be illegal. We believe that only qualifying cases should be considered and reviewed. If the governing body finds merit in the case, then only should PAS be considered. Physician-assisted suicide is legal in 11 countries under certain circumstances, including the USA, Canada, and Australia. In most of those states or countries, to qualify for legal assistance, individuals who seek a physician-assisted suicide must meet certain criteria, including having a terminal illness, proving they are of sound mind, and repeatedly expressing their wish to die, and taking the specified lethal dose by their own hand. When death is imminent and a prognosis of 6 months is given, then patients can choose to have assisted death as a medical option to shorten what the person perceives to be an unbearable dying process. A survey conducted by the Medscape Ethics Report on American doctors revealed that more than 50% of the doctors were in favor of the physician-assisted suicide. Many current assisted death laws contain provisions that are intended to provide oversight and investigative processes to prevent abuse. This includes eligibility and qualification processes, mandatory state reporting by the medical team, and medical board oversight. In Oregon and other states of the USA, 2 doctors and 2 witnesses must assert that a person's request for lethal prescription was not coerced or under undue influence. Some of the other provisions are that the patient must meet with 2 physicians and they must confirm the diagnosis before one can continue with the procedure. In some cases, they do also include a psychiatric evaluation as well to determine whether or not the patient is making this decision on their own. The next steps are 2 oral requests and a waiting period of minimum 15 days before making the next request. So, to reiterate, PAS should only and only be considered as a last resort when all treatment and palliative care options have run out. PAS should not be openly legalized, but rather should be highly regulated and must be considered in exceptional and qualified cases only. Regulations that are in places in countries like USA, some of which I mentioned, are exemplary and ensure that no abuse of the procedure takes place. I would now request my peer Ekta to shed more light on the physician's role in PAS.
Thank you, Ashmit. Mutual trust and relationships between doctors and patients are important factors in a treatment plan. The good physician treats the disease, the great physician treats the patient who has the disease. These words by William Osler give a clear picture of the ethical and moral responsibilities of a physician. The first priority of every physician in this world is to cure the disease of the patient by putting the best foot forward using medical assistance. But when medicines do not work and there is no cure left, the patients ask for euthanasia to end their life. The International Code of Medical Ethics of the World Medical Association states that a physician shall always bear in mind the obligation to respect human life, and hence when a physician gets the request for euthanasia from a patient, it's the moral responsibility of the physician to provide his patient with a little hope, motivation, and the inspiration of life being still left. However, if all options run out and assisted suicide is the only way out, then it's the ethical responsibility of the physician to provide the same. Some doctors remind us that physician-assisted suicide is contrary to the Hippocratic Oath, which is the oath historically taken by physicians. It states, and I quote, "I will not give a lethal drug to anyone if I am asked, nor will I advise such a plan." The original oath, however, has been modified many times and, contrary to popular belief, is not required by most modern medical schools, nor confers any legal obligations on individuals who choose to take it. There are also procedures which are forbidden by the Hippocratic Oath, which are in common practice today, such as abortion and execution. So the oath cannot be an obstacle to the medical practices that have evolved over time and are ethical. So we as a team strongly believe that the physician needs to distance her personal views or opinions from her profession. Professional ethics state that personal views must never be given precedence over duties and responsibilities. Professional ethics state that personal views must never be given precedence. If PAS is the appropriate step, the physician must take the leap, as relieving the pain and agony of the patient is paramount. However, if the physician is absolutely unwilling to conduct PAS, then in a lot of countries, an alternate course of action is established where the patient herself is responsible for administering the lethal drug. I would now request my peer Nandini to continue the presentation.
As applied to the initial debate, the slippery slope arguments claim that the acceptance of certain practices, such as physician-assisted suicide or voluntary euthanasia, will invariably lead to the acceptance or practice of concepts which are currently deemed unacceptable, such as non-voluntary or involuntary euthanasia. This argument encompasses the apprehension that once PAS is initiated for the terminally ill, it will progress to other vulnerable communities, namely disabled people, and it may begin to be used by those who feel less worthy based on the demographic or the socio-economic status. In addition, vulnerable populations are more at risk of untimely deaths because patients might be subjected to PAS without their genuine consent. Victims of property and fiscal disputes might also find themselves at a disadvantaged position here, as corruption and bribery can lead to cases of murder. If PAS is legalized, then we need to be ready to receive a certain amount of backlash from certain religious groups who are the opponents of PAS. Moreover, one of the most unintended but grave effects will be the demotivation and the loss to find a cure for terminal illnesses, since PAS would be a widely chosen option. In the most recent review paper on euthanasia in the Netherlands, namely the 2009 paper written by researchers. In the Netherlands, it was found that public control and transparency of the practice of euthanasia is to a large extent possible, and that no slippery slope seems to have occurred. The researchers found that the legalization of euthanasia in the Netherlands did not result in a slippery slope for medical end-of-life practices. There is no evidence for a higher frequency of euthanasia compared with the background population among the elderly, the poor, the minors, and the racial or ethnic minorities. Thus, the arguments of a slippery slope can only be verified if the PAS is legalized. As I mentioned earlier, that the studies in the Netherlands where PAS is legal found no creation of a slippery slope. I would now request Hanu to summarize and reiterate the stance of the team.
सुप्रभात। शक्ति है जीवन को पाने की, सामर्थ्य है कुछ कर दिखाने की, परीक्षा है धैर्य को आजमाने की और सीढ़ी है लक्ष्य तक पहुंच जाने की। संघर्ष में जीवन और जीवन में संघर्ष, चलो इसे स्वीकार करें हम यूं ही सहर्ष। जीवन अमूल्य है, अमोल है और यह चिकित्सक भली भांति जानते हैं। और जीवन में संघर्ष में प्रकृति के साथ, स्वयं के साथ एवं परिस्थितियों के साथ इस दुनिया में हर चिकित्सक की प्राथमिकता चिकित्सा सहायता का उपयोग करके अपना सर्वश्रेष्ठ पैर आगे बढ़ाकर रोगी की बीमारी को ठीक करना है। लेकिन जब दवाएं काम नहीं करती हैं और कोई इलाज नहीं बचता है, तो मरीज इच्छा मृत्यु की मांग करते हैं कि वे अपना जीवन वहीं पर समाप्त कर दें। जब एक चिकित्सक को रोगी से इच्छा मृत्यु की मांग होती है, तो चिकित्सक की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी होती है कि वह अपने रोगी को थोड़ा जीवन की प्रेरणा और एक आशा दे। हालांकि यदि सभी विकल्प समाप्त हो जाते हैं और कोई चिकित्सक सहायता प्राप्त आत्महत्या की एकमात्र रास्ता है, तो उसे प्रदान करना एक चिकित्सक की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी है और उसका नैतिक कर्तव्य है। इसलिए हम एक टीम के रूप में मानते हैं, दृढ़ता से मानते हैं कि चिकित्सक को अपने व्यक्तिगत विचारों को अपने पेशे से दूर करने की जरूरत है। व्यवसायिक नैतिकता बताती है कि व्यक्तिगत विचारों को कर्तव्यों और जिम्मेदारियों से अधिक प्राथमिकता नहीं दी जानी चाहिए। PAS उपयुक्त कदम है। रोगी के दर्द और पीड़ा को दूर करना चिकित्सकों के लिए सर्वोपरि है। यदि शासी निकाय मामले में योग्यता पाता है, तो केवल PAS पर विचार किया जाना चाहिए। अंत में हम बस इतना कहना चाहेंगे कि जो लोग अपने जीवन का अंत करना चाहते हैं, जीवन के प्रति उनके प्रयासों को उत्तरदायित्व उन्हीं पर होना चाहिए। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, Team E. Team A, you have 2 to 3 minutes to confer. And your time starts now. Team A, you're given 5 to 7 minutes to respond and express your viewpoint on Team E's commentary. You may ask maximum 2 questions to Team E within the stipulated time given to you. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Team E, for that illuminating presentation. It was really insightful and you covered maximum aspects. Here, the problem that the family members are facing, whether to think about physician-assisted suicide, is that their emotions has to be considered. The patient in question is not an individual because she is someone's daughter. She has other relations as well. So when we cover this point, there are many aspects and dilemma comes under question. The first one being the dilemma of the doctors, whether is it ethically correct or not. Because as if you want to end suffering, that's a very common question, yes or no. But when it comes to ethics, the answer changes. Is it ethically correct or not? The other one being, should government make it legal or not? Because at large, it don't just affect one person, but it affects majority of people and also affects future generations. It is taken as an example. So the stakeholders here involved are the patient, the family members, doctors, and the future generation as well. Over to you, Shreya.
Let us now see how religion and palliative care offer mental support to people who are suffering from such illnesses. 40% older patients stated that their faith and their spiritual beliefs enable them to cope with the stress of their medical illness. Palliative care provides patients facing life-threatening illness with relief from physical symptoms, while also caring for their social, emotional, and spiritual needs. The goal is to improve their quality of life until the very end for both the patients and their family, according to WHO in 2017. Let us also analyze why exactly PAS was made legal in countries such as Switzerland and Belgium, even when there is so much controversy around it. I would also like to state that 60% physicians, as you already stated, believe that it should be legal. First reason is the respect for the patient's autonomy. The person in question has the power to decide what kind of treatments they will undergo as per their own free will. Second, relief from suffering. Legalizing PAS gives the provision of ending the suffering, as the core of medicine also states. Third is that it is a safe medical practice as opposed to the hazards that are undertaken during suicide. 50% physicians agree that provisions for PAS are enough to safeguard the people. Over to you, Anit.
Now, let's take a look at the doctor's perspective. We have to accept the fact that every disease cannot be cured. There are some diseases which can't be cured, and in that case, the role is to relieve the patient from the suffering. In fact, it's a difficult task for the doctor himself because it has a great emotional impact on the doctor. Doctors firmly believe that they are not killing the patient, but they are shortening the agonies of the patient and they are providing him the final cure. Now let's take an example of euthanasia in Punjab. A family had 3 children and all 3 were paralyzed. Parents were also not very financially strong. They were not having a job and they were having loans of 30 lakhs. They approached the government seeking for financial help in that matter so that they can provide treatment to the children. But no help was provided, and at last the parents wrote a letter to the government seeking for the permission of the euthanasia of their children. But do you think this step was right? Over to you, Swarangi.
We must understand that life per se is a blessing. Stephen Hawking said, while there is life, there is hope. Whatever life he had, he made the best out of it. He was a quintessential man who showed us how one can cherish life and also contribute to the world despite being physically challenged to a level that he couldn't even perform his daily life course. Similar is the example of UPSC topper All India Rank 1, Ira Singhal. She had a progressive medical condition called brittle bones, but that never stopped her from cracking this exam, which is considered to be the toughest exam in the world, and that too with flying colors. Now Vaishnavi would pose the question to team E.
Here, I would also like to note that the common cause of asking for PAS is not suffering, but psycho-emotional factors. Why? Because these people are suffering emotionally. They're not suffering some physical pain, but in 80% of the cases, they have some emotional trauma that they want to escape and they think that death is the only way. So in these cases, applying for PAS and being that too being approved is not an option. Why? Because you're running away from your difficulties rather than facing it head on. So my question to you, Team E, is laws and safeguards were put to prevent the abuse of PAS. Yet, about 900 people annually are administered lethal substances without having given consent, and in one jurisdiction almost 50% of the cases of euthanasia are not even reported. So what will you do to solve this? Another question to you is that imagine, god's forbid, but imagine if tomorrow this happens to your family member and they are suffering. So would you give permission, or would you allow PAS to them as well? Please elaborate on the course of action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team A. Team E, you have 2 to 3 minutes to confer, and your time starts now. Team E, you will be given 5 to 7 minutes to answer the question which was posed by the other team. You can go ahead now.
So,
Team E, you're not allowed to confer now. You have to present.
yes. So as the team A stated, we respectfully disagree the statistics that they presented that 80% of the people suffer from emotional trauma. Rather, in our detailed research, we found that majority of the patients who asked for physician-assisted suicide were suffering from physical and mental trauma. Now, as I mentioned, and I would like to reiterate what I mentioned in my speech, that our team sternly believes that PAS should be the last resort. So after all palliative care options, after all treatment options have run out and all the necessary secondary medical opinions have been taken, then should PAS be considered. So our team believes that PAS should not be openly legalized nationally, but rather it should be highly regulated and only qualified cases should be considered.
Thank you, Ashmit. I would just like to add on to my peers' points that I would just like to give my explanation on the topic that you brought out, that the people suffer through mental trauma and not physical trauma. So I would just like to say that mental and emotional distress will for sure and certainly come if a person is suffering from a great amount of physical pain and ailment. So mental trauma is something that is inevitable and is bound to come. Now, this is where the physicians and the family members play a very vital role. It is the first and the foremost priority of the physician is, as we all say, that the physician is a healer. He's supposed to heal the person, and that can be done by giving and uplifting his morale. So that is one of the very primary things that the physician should do. It should be the first course of option. And again, I would just like to reiterate what my peer said, that after all of the options that were presented to you, if they run out, then PS can be considered as the last option, but the priority should be that the physician, the members, the family members, and every person who surrounds that patient should act as a support structure for him and should make him feel worthy.
और मैं इसमें एक तर्क जोड़ना चाहूंगा कि चिकित्सा की सहायता से की गई आत्महत्या मामले दर मामले पर निर्भर करती है। इसको हम एक बड़े पैमाने पर लागू नहीं कर सकते, ना कि इसको हम पूरे तरीके से अवैध मान सकते हैं। इसको ना ही हम वैध करें, ना ही हम अवैध करें, लेकिन इसको हम मामले दर मामले पर जांचें। एक मामले में ये ठीक भी हो सकता है और एक मामले में नहीं भी हो सकता, तो हमें इसको मामले दर मामले पर जांचने की जरूरत है। धन्यवाद।
Answering the second question, if my relative is suffering from a terminal illness, my first priority would always be pursuing all the treatment options and palliative care. But if they do not work, then my first priority then would be to consult the patient, take his opinions, and then go for the PAS, irrespective of my relation with the person, because we always have to consider their belief because it's his life or her life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team E. I humbly request the judges to ask one question each to Team E.
Should I go first or should I go? Can
Yes.
I ask the question? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, please go ahead, ma'am.
So, Team E, you made a point, which is, again and again, which is you talked about the duty of doctors and them being dispassionate, right? You said that they have to be dispassionate and not bring their own beliefs into what they do with the patient, right? So if the patient wants assisted death, then they give it to them, right? Is that your summary? Yes. So I want to raise a larger ethical question with regards to that for you. So if that is a position we're supposed to take as human beings, which is we should be dispassionate and do our duty, is us actually interfering with the process of death, not doing that in any case. Us as a society deciding that the person who has a trajectory towards death and we want to interfere and shorten it, do you think that as society that is not interfering or not bringing in your judgment? There are many people who believe that death is designed in a way that human beings' souls have a way to work out karma, for example. There are other people who believe that it's almost a good thing if you suffer before you die. Now, whatever my personal beliefs may be, but this is all part of our thought process. So, if you are taking a stand saying that the doctors should be dispassionate, should society not also be dispassionate in this regard and let them go to their death as they were meant to?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Ma'am, I would like to state something here, ma'am. PAS or physician assisted suicide is done only in the case when we are passionate and when we recognize the pain and the agony of the patients, ma'am. So, ma'am, here I would like to respectfully disagree, ma'am, that what we suggested, ma'am, is the doctors should actually be passionate towards the pain and agony rather than being dispassionate, ma'am. Because only and only if we recognize the pain and agony that a patient of terminal illness suffers through, can we actually give them or conduct PAS, ma'am. In the case study, ma'am, the patient is suffering from an ailment called ALS, ma'am. And it is such an illness where the person cannot even breathe on their own. Until now, ma'am, there is no available cure. So, ma'am, no amount of treatments can help that person. So, shouldn't it be on that the onus of deciding whether they want to live or not? Shouldn't it be on the patient, ma'am? Rather than, ma'am, it is very easy to go on a very macro level, talk about society and talk about our ethics, ma'am. But ma'am, our team believes that we should rather focus on the patient and what the patient wants. If the patient wants the right to die with dignity, which is enshrined in the Constitution, then we believe that he should be given the right to consider PAS. But this is only and only after all treatment options and palliative care options are gone through, ma'am. And as I mentioned in my speech, ma'am, I would like to reiterate that a lot of these countries where it is legal have certain safeguards, certain provisions in place so that the abuse of such laws don't take place, ma'am.
और मैं अपनी सहपाठी की बात से एकदम सहमत हूं और मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि जो मरीज की दर्द और उसकी पीड़ा है उसको उससे ज्यादा सिर्फ उसका उपचार करने वाला चिकित्सक ही जान सकता है और अगर उस चिकित्सक को सहानुभूति होगी तभी जाकर वो उसका इलाज करेगा और अगर इलाज संभव नहीं हुआ और सिर्फ एक रास्ता बचा कि उसको एक चिकित्सक सहायता से हत्या कर दी जाए तो वो बिल्कुल ठीक रहेगा उस टाइम पर उस समय पर क्योंकि चिकित्सक को मरीज से सहानुभूति होगी और अगर सहानुभूति होगी तभी जाकर वो उस चीज को उस पर लागू कर पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Team E. I request the other judge to pose a question.
Yeah, firstly, I will appreciate the thought process which is reflected in your presentation. However, I have a very basic question to ask. The question is regarding the right and duty itself. So are you trying to say that right to life includes right to die? So should we focus on right to life? And like one participant said that right to live with dignity is important and so we must focus on the patient. On the other hand, the physician's duty is in question. So whether this is a tussle in right of one person and duty of other to help the person to live with dignity. And thirdly, and most importantly, in this tussle between right and duty, what do you think? What is right? If you could answer this question.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. Ma'am, I would like to reiterate my point about right to die with dignity. So, ma'am, in the case of Gyan Kaur versus the state of Punjab, the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court held that right to die with dignity is an intrinsic facet of the right to life under the Article 21 of the Constitution of India, ma'am. So in the Indian context, right to die with dignity is absolutely a part of right to life, and it is given to every citizen, ma'am. Now, ma'am, if we come to duty
No,
of the
but you doctor.
doctor.
must now refer to Aruna Shanbag because Gyan Kaur's case is a past law now. And so the recent law must be considered. And don't you think that's something which is part of life? So we must consider the life first, not the right to die. The right to live with dignity is quite understood. And you're right in saying that my life must be dignified and I must be able to live it in a dignified way. But does it go to the extent of saying that if I'm not able to do it, I must have a right to end it altogether? Is that right to say?
I'm sorry, ma'am. We had a technical glitch, ma'am. I would request you to repeat the question, ma'am.
Yeah, I was saying we need to decide the rightness of the option of right to life and right to die because I am not able to live with a dignity. So what is right?
Right, ma'am. Ma'am, I believe that the right to die with dignity is still an facet, ma'am. And what we believe that the patient should be able to decide whether they are able to derive basic necessities from the life, ma'am. So if we talk about which is more important, the doctor's responsibility or the patient's right to die with dignity, I think, ma'am, even in the Hippocrates oath and all of the oaths which is taken by the doctors, it mentions that the patient's life should be given utmost respect and the patient's needs is paramount. So if all the treatment options and if all the palliative care options have run out and ma'am there is no other options left. So ma'am, why should we let the patient constantly suffer in pain and agony? So ma'am, what we believe that the patient should be able to decide, we should give them at least an option that they can opt for physician assisted suicide. And ma'am, because it is very highly regulated, a medical board will be set up and the cases will be reviewed case by case basis, ma'am. So what we believe, ma'am, the pain and agony of the patient is paramount, ma'am. It is the most important, ma'am.
Can I
Ma'am,
ask one question if it is permitted?
Yes, you may, ma'am.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
A lot of subjectivity is involved. Like rightly said by a participant, case to case based approach must be taken. But on a parallel lines, if I take you to another aspect of life to life, which is a death penalty, court again and again has said that rarest of the rare. This implies a number of aspects. And so if we take case to case based approach, and if we leave this option to the physicians, considering their expertise, don't you feel it will be injustice with parties? So that every time the subjectivity gets decided by one person, that is physician or group of person. Because in this technological age, technology is developing day by day. Yes, so whatever was not possible few years, now it is quite possible. So this hope of getting new technological inventions or research in this field, which might help a person to get the disease cured. So are we not taking away this right to live with a hope from the person if we legalize this and allow the physician to assist in ending the life? What do you feel?
Ma'am, we got cut, ma'am. I would request if you could, ma'am, just briefly summarize the last part, ma'am.
The question is very simple. In this technological age and in the when we are moving further in research, the science and technology is developing. Uh, shouldn't we take help of technology in creating the hope in mind of people, so that they have this hope to live a life, and maybe in a in a while the new inventions would be there, which will allow the physicians to treat the patient. So instead of assisting them in ending the life, they must create a hope in people's mind. Don't you feel so? So the duty part of the physician should be taken in a positive way rather than in a negative way. Don't you feel so?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. Ma'am, what I would like to say is that you said that the role and the duty of the physician is to, ma'am, help the patient to increase his morale. As the stance of the team is that we definitely agree that if we, on a broader and a national level, if we legalize physician-assisted suicide, then a very good argument comes that it can be a slippery slope to murder. So this is why we stated that a statutory board is very, very important and all the cases need to be reviewed very, very individually. It is not something at a general level and you can just pass a very generalized answer to a solution. Every person, every patient has different circumstances which need to be taken into consideration from all the aspects. Now, the role of the physician, ma'am, as you stated, that there's so many technologies, then shouldn't the physician help the patient and give him hope? Ma'am, this is exactly what the point is. The physician's role is to give the patient hope and to heal the patient rather than just demoralizing or just saying that PAS is the only option in your hand. PAS should be considered as the last option, but healing and providing with mental support is what the priority should be.
And also to add, whether legalizing PAS will result in demotivation of the scientific advancements, ma'am. That is why, ma'am, we believe that PAS should not be legalized, ma'am, and it should be applied only in exceptional and qualified cases only, so that the constant advancements in science is still taking place and we humans are still motivated, ma'am. Because as the saying goes, ma'am, necessity is the mother of invention. So to find the cure, then obviously, ma'am, inventions won't take place. So that is why, ma'am, our team was very clear with our stance, ma'am, that PAS should not be nationally legalized, but rather should be very highly regulated and only in exceptional cases, ma'am. But we are all, our team is all for technological advancements.
Legalizing, but this legalization need not be based on moral basis. So don't you agree that anyway it is unethical, ending someone's life? Do you feel so? So even if we accept that it is not ethical, it must be legalized considering the other circumstances. Do you feel that?
Ma'am, PAS is absolutely ethical, ma'am, and even so, ma'am, even doctors in the as
What
I
are the principles of morality? Can you tell me? What is the basic principle of morality, if you can tell me?
I'm not aware.
We are taught these 5 principles of morality right from our childhood, and you go to whichever place in the world, the morality is universal principle, so that doesn't change even though the morals of society keeps on developing, I would say. So the morality, the universal principles, the ethics will never change. So taking life of person is anyway not moral. But what I am saying is it can be legalized in exceptional case, like you said. The only problem is if we legalize it, will it be moral only because we are legalizing it? Or we can legalize some things which are immoral. Are there any instances which you have seen like this, where a thing has been legalized even though it is immoral first?
Ma'am, I think the definition of morality keeps on changing as the society evolves, ma'am. What was moral 100 years ago may be immoral today, and what was immoral 100 years ago may be moral today, ma'am. So we believe that as humans evolve, as society evolves, the definition of morality changes, ma'am. Now, ma'am, practices such as abortion and execution, which is openly practiced today, ma'am, it is against the laws of morality, ma'am, as you stated. Ma'am, we believe that PAS can be legalized even though if it is immoral, ma'am. And morality is something, ma'am, which is very personal. Morality cannot be generalized because, ma'am, something that is immoral to my friend may be moral to me, ma'am. So ethics is more about professionalism, ma'am. And so PAS here is absolutely ethical, ma'am. It does not break any rules of ethics because the patient's pain and agony is paramount here. And we are giving importance to the patient. But, ma'am, if we talk about morality, ma'am, it is subjective. It changes from person to person, but it can be legalized with it being immoral, like in the case of abortion.
Yes, and probably the last question, and that is regarding the duty. From duty perspective, what do you feel? Is it not a duty of every person to live the life whatever we have got instead of giving it up as a matter of right? Shouldn't we have a duty to live the life, and shouldn't like it is a duty of the physicians also to let the people to live the life, to help them in living a bearable life? So shouldn't it be considered from duty perspective instead of talking of right?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. Ma'am, this is what accountability is. If we talk about the role and the
No,
duty of
I
the
am
physician,
asking you for duty, not the accountability. Accountability is regarding the responsibility. I am asking you regarding the duty.
and the duty.
So even if I am a patient and I have a pain or I am suffering from a pain, maybe invariable, isn't it my duty because many people have put their efforts in taking care of me? So is it not my duty to take care and to live a life whatever I have?
Ma'am, ma'am, if I'll take an example of Stephen Hawking's, ma'am, and I'll explain here, ma'am. Stephen Hawking's, he suffered from a terminal illness, and he did exactly, ma'am, what you were saying, ma'am. He lived his life till he died natural causes. But, ma'am, we should not forget that Stephen Hawking's is a very privileged person, ma'am. He was very financially blessed, so he had that privilege to lead this life. But in the case of middle class and lower middle class people and suffering from a terminal illness is not cheap, ma'am. They have to sell all of their properties, and if they still continue to live until natural death, ma'am, people cannot afford, ma'am. And that constantly, ma'am, creates this guilt in their patients' minds. And, ma'am, however, we try to talk about free healthcare in India, ma'am, free healthcare is still, you could say, ma'am, not accessible to others. A lot of people, ma'am. So, suffering from a terminal illness, being a middle class patient, it is very tough to live till natural death. So, ma'am, we believe that the choice should be given to the patients. The patient should have the right to choose whether they want to die or not. If the patient does not want to die, they are welcome to lead their life till natural death, ma'am. But if the patient finds the process of death so unbearable, the pain it becomes so unbearable that they would rather choose to die, then we believe that this right should be given to them.
और मैम रही बात चिकित्सक की कर्तव्यों की, तो जो चिकित्सक के कर्तव्य है मैम, वो जो चिकित्सक है उसके व्यक्तिगत जो विचार है वो उसके व्यक्तिगत विचार उसके व्यवसायिक जीवन पर हावी नहीं होने चाहिए। ये होगी चिकित्सक की बात। और रही बात निर्णय की, अंतिम निर्णय हमेशा ही उस मरीज के साथ होना चाहिए जो उस समय उस पीड़ा को सहन कर रहे हैं। अंतिम निर्णय हमेशा ना तो उसके किसी परिवार वाले का, ना तो उस चिकित्सक का होना चाहिए, ना ही किसी समाज का होना चाहिए। अंतिम निर्णय हमेशा ही उस मरीज का होना चाहिए जो अभी उस पीड़ा को सह रहा है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you.
Ma'am, I would just like to add on to it. Ma'am, there's a thing called doctrine of double effect. That if to get some positive results which benefit a certain person, the method and the ways that you approach or you take up might not look very ethical to people. But at the same time, the end result is what matters. If a person wants to end his life because he has reached a time and a stage of his life where because of his mental trauma and physical trauma, the pain and the ailment, he's not even able to get the basic happiness around the things around him. He's not able to enjoy the basic fundamental rights which are given to him. And if he wants to enter, then it might be the same thing. And again, the Hippocratical oath, as many people state for it, is that the doctor's duty is to help the people in their suffering. So if the person and his own personal level thinks that the only way and the only reason and the only last resort for ending the suffering and the pain is by dying by
So you don't have to leave the meeting. You can stay here. You can turn off your cameras and the mics. And yes, see you in 10 minutes. So we will meet at 10:10. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. I request both the teams to turn on their cameras. I think you're all settled. All right. So for this round, the rules remain the same, wherein Team A will be presenting and Team E will be commenting on the presentation by Team A. So the rules, I will just read it out very quickly. Team A will get 10 to 12 minutes to present. Then Team E will get 2 to 3 minutes to confer. Then Team E will be given 5 to 7 minutes to present its commentary and will be able to ask 2 questions at max. Team A further will be given 2 to 3 minutes to confer and 5 to 7 minutes to present or answer the question which was posed by the other team, that is Team E. No cross question will be allowed with by Team E. And I would request the judges at the end to ask 1 question each. And the judges are also allowed to cross question. Thank you so much. So I think we are all set to go.
Ma'am, are we audible to you?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Team A. I'll read out the case study for the benefit of the audience. So the case study is as follows. Man's best friend. According to the American Veterinary Medical Association, more than 48 million American households own a dog, totaling more than 76 million dogs in homes across the United States in 2017. Research indicates that dog ownership makes Americans happier, healthier, and more social, perhaps explaining dogs' popularity as pets. However, is man's best friend getting the shorter end of the stick? After 192 registered dog breeds in the US may suffer from a higher risk of inherited disease and health issues. For example, the Labrador Retriever in 2020, 2 of the America's most popular dog breed from the 29th year in a row, is genetically predisposed to ear infections, skin diseases, hip dysplasia, obesity, and ailments. For thousands of years, Canis lupus familiaris has been humanity's closest friend companion. Working dogs have been, and in some industries and regions, continue to be indispensable as herds, soldiers, guides, guards, detectors, and more. However, with people today more reliant on technology than canine companionship, most dogs in the developed regions have been regulated to the auxiliary roles such as pet or show dogs. With this in mind, some argue that the dog breeding may no longer be necessary, or for that matter, ethical. After all, purebred dogs come at a cost. The selective breeding required to produce canines with desirable instincts or physical traits also generates inherited diseases and unhealthy, exaggerated features. Critics of a dog breeding say that these consequences outweigh the benefits of purebred dog, arguing that their suffering exceeds their utility. Some might question the ramifications of deeming dog breeding unethical. After all, not every purebred dog will fall victim to the faulty genetics. Many will live full lives with loving families, never developing the disease or health issues to which they are genetically predisposed. Demonizing dog breeding, some argue, would prevent people who wish to adopt a purebred dog from doing so, and the dogs whom they would have adopted from ever existing at all. Furthermore, some questions whether the dog breeding might be unethical in the first place due to the suffering it can inflict on the animals themselves. The proposed questions related to the case study are as follows. Is the dog breeding a morally acceptable practice? Why or why not? Second question is as follows. What moral considerations should prospective dog owners take into account before adopting? The third question, is there a morally relevant distinction between breeding purebred and mixed breed dogs? Why or why not? Team A, you get 10 to 12 minutes to present your commentary. You may go ahead now. Your time starts now. Thank you.
Bioethics has hardened into an activist ideology that pervades the entire world, our society, and the government as well. Good morning, everyone, respected dignitaries, honorable judges, and my fellow participants. Today, we, the students of Team A, are here to present our views and opinions on the given case. This case puts forth an issue that most of the people around the world are not even aware about. It brings forward the need to identify, understand, and discuss the rights that an animal, or dogs in this case, has. Let's compare this condition of dogs to that of humans. It's true that biological sciences have made tremendous advancements, but do we blindly force it on humans? No, right? Even something as basic as vaccine is tested after repeated trials, and only with due consent from the person is it administered. Not only this, but you see, if what's right now happening to the animals, that is dogs, if we announce to do this on humans, the entire world would go crazy. The UN and the WHO would ceaselessly bring out arguments and statements. The governments of every country would come and lecture us on how inhumane and unethical this is. But when the same is happening with animals, it's rarely talked about, and everyone is least bothered. Here, the stakeholders include the dogs, breeders, buyers, lawmakers, and the common audience. Over to you, Shreya.
Now, to answer the question which was asked in the case study, I would like to say that there is a big difference between responsible breeding and unethical breeding. Let us understand that first. Unethical breeders give little to no concern about the welfare of animals. They breed dogs without considering the genetic traits they pass on to their offspring. They do not provide medical care or adequate, clean, and safe housing. There is absolutely no comparison between unethical breeders and a dog breeding facility that is run by a responsible breeder. A responsible breeder demonstrates extensive knowledge and has years of experience with the breed of dog they represent. A responsible breeder pays attention to the breed's conformation, temperament, and history and ensure that their animals display the desired physical and behavioral traits. Responsible breeders plan their litters and provide medical care to the parents as well as the puppies. Also, they make sure that the housing for their breeding dogs and puppies is clean, comfortable, and safe. Over to you, Anit.
Now, as asked in the question, is dog breeding morally acceptable or not? So, our answer to this question is crossbreeding is an unethical practice, and we have a reason to believe it leads to genetic complications which would prove harmful in the long run. It results in C-section in place of normal pregnancy, affects the temperament of the dog, make them aggressive than they usually are. Studies have even proved that crossbreed dogs have less probability to live out their entire lifespan. Over to you, Sonangi.
Most of the breeders are ignorant of the very basics of healthcare and dog management. This has resulted in the increase of breeders indulging in backyard breeding in the most unhygienic conditions, cruelly exploiting the animals for easy money. It also resulted in the formation of puppy mills, where dogs are kept in horrific conditions and are forced to mate again and again. Puppy mills are cruel, immoral, and unethical in every sense. It's why California became the first state in America to ban the sale of puppy mills dogs in pet stores. Apart from all that, there's another aspect to it. Can you imagine the trauma of a female dog who is forced to mate and reproduce repeatedly until her body wears out from the strain of being continually pregnant? This is not only physically exhausting but also psychologically traumatizing. And once they have been worthless to a breeder, they are taken to a shelter, auctioned off, or even killed. Such acts are simply inhumane. Over to you, Vaishnavi.
And do you know that these breeders use drugs on the female to keep this state of continuous pregnancy? Drugs like synthetic estrogen, dopamine, GnRH antagonists, that is a class of chemicals, then luteinizing hormone, LH and FSH, and many more drugs are used. These drugs are almost readily available everywhere, and so it becomes very difficult for government and legal agencies to stop its usage. Over to you, Shreya.
Now, let us look at some of the causes of exactly why people are obsessed with crossbreeds. People now equate having a crossbred dog with wealth and status. Buying dogs is often about a materialistic desire than love for dogs or any other animal for that matter. Today, the dog is like a status symbol. If you have an Audi, then you have to have a Chow Chow or a Siberian Husky at home. The aspirational quality of these breed dogs, coupled with the representation in popular media, has fueled the huge demand for these animals, which has led to the rise of puppy mills and unethical breeders. People are desperately looking for puppies. This shortage occurs even more so in breeds like the Dalmatians, which are almost becoming rare. Over to you, Vaishnavi.
I would like to highlight how we have spec'd out dogs like we would a car or a new iPhone. Domesticated dogs in earlier times traveled with their human counterparts across seas and naturally mated with other breeds to create variations. However, somewhere along the line, we decided to play God and manipulate the genetic makeup of dogs to our preferences, which, according to me, is totally unacceptable. Over to you, Anit.
Another cause is the creation of new variations. Breeders aim at creating newer dog varieties to cater the demands of the international market and earn heavy profits out of it. High demands of breeded dogs in the market is a means to earn hefty sum of money, which allure these breeders to engage in such activities and at times illegally too.
Now, let's look at the aspect of abandoning of dogs. When families find that the puppies have a disease or a genetic disorder due to unhygienic breeding conditions or rampant inbreeding, or if they are equipped to look after the dogs, as was the case during the lockdown, they just abandon them on the streets. Over to Shreya.
Let me give all of you an example of this. I'm sure all of you must have heard about the popular show Game of Thrones, in which a mythical creature, the dire wolf, was shown. That mythical creature became wildly popular and it sparked a massive demand among the people for similar looking dogs, Siberian Huskies. However, the owners did not realize the work which was involved to care for a husky, and after the trend ended, the annual abandonment rate for the breed increased by 710%. Over to you, Vaishnavi.
Now, as we all speak about it, I'd also like to make one point very clear that it's true that there is a positive side to crossbreeding as well. For example, hunter dogs, the dogs used to detect drugs, landmines, etc. In military forces as well, crossbreeds are used for multitasking, including being alert, doing assault, and barrack guarding. I can quote a recent example of Chennai, where 5 peculiar crossbred dogs have joined the RPF in Kashmir. So, what we are trying to convey here is that there are positive sides, but the reason we are here today discussing this matter is because this practice has long deviated from all the positive aspects. And now it's used mainly for business that put the dogs in unimaginable conditions. And we as a team are totally against this. Over to you, Anit.
Now let's move on to some solutions. It is important for us to understand that not all dog breeds can adapt to all type of climates. Most common example is the Siberian Husky, which is not suitable for tropic and subtropical climate like in India. It is a dog for higher altitudes. So, to regulate this, there shall be stringent international laws that specify as what breeds can be domesticated in which regions. Over to you, Sorangi.
Now, government also has a role to play here. Talking specifically about India, Ministry of Environment and Forest has published draft rules to regulate dog breeders across the country. In 2016, Director General of Foreign Trade bans pedigree dog imports except for defense and police services. But despite all these policies and regulations, illegal dog breeding and marketing only seems to be growing. A reason for this is that Even though the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act has been enacted, it is not implemented or adhered to in all the states and city councils. This indifference to animal welfare is not surprising. In April 2019, Animal Welfare Board of India was shifted from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change to Animal Husbandry Department under the Ministry of Agriculture. Experts state that this was a shift from a department which conserves and sustains to a department which uses and exploits. Over to you, Vaishnavi.
At last, we would like to conclude by saying that we as citizens should also be aware of what is happening, because animal lovers do not know right now. All of them do not are not aware of this very fact, that how painful these crossbreeding is for animals. So being aware can definitely put an end to this for good when compiled with laws that the government is making. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Team A, for your wonderful presentation. I request Team A to confer for 2 or 3 minutes. Post that, they can present their commentary. Team E, you have 2 to 3 minutes to confer. And your time started already. Team E, you have 5 to 7 minutes to express your views and to present the commentary on Team A. And you can also post 2 questions at max at the end, and no questioning will be allowed.
That was indeed a very insightful presentation, Team A. You were articulate and spoke really well. Now, the practice of dog breeding has been around for over 15,000 years. What first started as a simple interaction between man and a wolf has led to around 400 dog breeds that exist today. While these dog breeds are beloved by many around the globe, that does not come without some questions as to whether or not the practice of breeding these animals is ethical. The continual breeding of dogs is absolutely unethical as the overcrowding conditions, poor treatment and toxic environment creates dogs that are prone to both physical and mental health problems that can last for the dog's lifetime. Our team believes that canine commercial breeding establishments are unethical as they provide inadequate care for the dogs in order to cut costs and boost their profit margins. Now, to conclude, if breeding dogs is to continue, it is only ethical if the breeders work towards creating healthier dogs instead of creating the perfect looking dog that matches the desired description of that particular breed. Breeders also need to provide their dogs with their rights. I would now request my peer Ekta to shed more light.
My sunshine doesn't come from the skies. It comes from the love that's in my dog's eyes. 75% of the world population is canine lover and many want to keep them at home because they are loving, loyal, protective and surely human's best companion. But many times it's seen that people buy a dog due to trivial reasons like their neighbor having one, it's adorable and trendy or a famous personality owns it and are not taken care of properly. So there are some measures and factors which must be given a thought before keeping a pet. Commitment and time being the first of them. Proper care should be ensured from start to end and it must not be left in solitude. Awareness, knowledge and other family members' opinions are must for proper care of the dog which is suitable to him. The physical environment should be given the utmost importance. One should never buy a dog from a breeder, but rather from a shelter home or directly from the streets because every year 6.5 million pets are rescued and sent to shelter homes, but nearly 1/5 of them are euthanized. To reiterate, commitment, adjustment, size of the home, weather, good veterinarian, knowledge and adopting from shelter homes are major factors to be seen upon by a prospective owner. At last, trust, love and emotional touch must be given. Now I would like my peer Nandini to continue.
Adding on to my peer Ekta's point of view, a person can only claim to be a true animal lover, provided that they do not discriminate between a pure breed and a mixed breed. And this is exactly what our team believes. According to us, there is no moral relevant distinction between the two. One of the very reasons that we find many mixed breed dogs in the streets or on the shelter and many pure breed dogs in a loving and a caring home is just because the discrimination is quite prevalent. Much ink has been spilled on arguing about the health of the mixed breed and the pure breed dogs. Along with breeding's negative effects on the dog's mental health, continuous genetic modifications over the years have led to an increase in the number of physical health problems in the dogs. The continual breeding and manipulation of these animals genes to create these breeds is completely unethical, as the animals are not gaining from these traits but are in fact suffering the consequences of human interference in biology. The goal of the breeder is not focused on the health and the well-being of the dog, but on the dog's monetary value. Human beings blinded by looks have somewhere down the line forgotten the main motive of being a dog owner and bringing the animal into their lives. The animal of an eminent breed will be in demand while the mixed breed would not be cared about. This is the very point that we people are adding to the issue rather than being part of the solution. The day that we stop being so biased and the day that we stop seeing dogs as just a trophy, the more attractive, the better. The whole issue of one clan of dog being presidented of the other can be solved. I would like Hanok to continue.
So after going and listening to Team A's presentation, there was one thing that was constantly revolving in my mind. I would like to ask them, and this is the first question from our team. Isn't any type of selective breeding, for the selfish motive of humans, an unnatural practice which absolutely is unethical? How does it matter if the breeder is responsible or not? He is still artificially modifying the genes of an animal and hindering a natural process. Aren't we setting a double standard here by supporting responsible breeders and not supporting irresponsible breeders? but they both are involved in selective breeding just for the selfish motive of human beings.
और टीम अ से मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न है कि पीटा ने 2020 में भारत में OLX और क्विकर पर जानवरों की बिक्री पर प्रतिबंध लगाने को कहा था। अभी भी जानवरों को, विशेष रूप से श्वानों को, बिल्लियों को, पक्षियों को और अन्य जानवरों को पालतू सामान की आड़ पर उन्हें इन ऐप्स पर बेचा जाता है। अब भारत में इस विशिष्ट कानून को पारित कर चुका है। भारत में ऐसे कानून है, लेकिन सरकार प्रत्येक पालतू सहायक के माध्यम से जांच नहीं कर सकती। इस अवैध बिक्री को कैसे रोका जा सकता है? धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Team E. Team A, you have 2 to 3 minutes to confer. You may confer now. Team A, you have 5 to 7 minutes to answer to the questions put up by Team E. You may go ahead now.
As Mahatma Gandhi has rightly said, the greatness of a nation and its moral progress is judged by the way its animals are treated. Team E, the question that he put forth to us that that it would be unethical to think of responsible breeders as ethical and unethical breeders to be incorrect. Here, I would like to say that the responsible breeders do things a little differently. They let nature take its course. They do not interfere in it. They let nature take its course. And then what they do is to nurture them. They give them space, the space that a dog needs to nurture and grow up in a beautiful, to the beauty that it has. what responsible breeders also do is that they take care of these animals until they are adopted. They also take care of the fact that the people who are adopting these animals, they are good enough economically and emotionally as well, so that they can take care of these animals. This thing goes on till that point. Another factor that I would like to present here is that it is true that unethical breeding is totally incorrect, but responsible breeding is something that we still need. Why? Because for military, in police forces, in such forces, we still need dogs that are useful to us. So for that, responsible breeders, there is still need of them. Over to you, Shreya.
When we were given this case at first, we were fortunate enough to interact with an actual dog breeder who is involved in all of these things. He gave us the information that ethical breeders, as Vaishnavi mentioned, actually do things differently. They provide their puppies or the parent dog with 4 times more space as their own body size in the cages. Those dogs are not chained, they are not caged, they are given adequate space and time in open air, they are given exercise and so on. Also, when deals are made for selling such dogs, they first go and check whether the buyer is already owning a dog, whether people in the household are dog lovers, if the household conditions are appropriate for the puppy, and only then is the deal made. Even also after 2 to 3 months, they go and check in the house whether or not the puppy is living in appropriate conditions. If not, the puppy is taken back. And as we already mentioned in our case study, crossbreeding has lots of cons. One being that it leads to a complicated pregnancy as opposed to a natural one. It affects the temperament of the dog. It makes them aggressive and prone to biting people without any reasons. And it also leads to complications later in life. Therefore, I believe that if there are so many problems already involved, no breeder, ethical or unethical, would therefore indulge in this, because it would also lead to some losses in his or her business ultimately. Over to you, Swarangi.
Let us now look at it from a different perspective, that how dogs will also benefit from this. I would like to bring to your notice that if we adapt practices like crossbreeding, dogs will also adapt the selective characteristics of different breeds, which will help them to adapt better and sustain longer in this environmentally changing world and prevent the entire species of dogs from getting extinct. Over to my teammates.
Moving on to the next part of your question, that is online illegal selling of the dogs. Yes, there was an act passed by PETA in 2016 that online selling of dogs or any pet in that matter is illegal. But these laws are not implemented due to some of the restrictions, like the websites that are running, who are running illegal businesses on the dark web are doing so. So to counter this, there must be some authorities, or I should say cyber cells should be set up to counter these type of situation. And also you have mentioned about the OLX. Yes, I have also seen the selling of dogs on such platforms. To counter these type of situations, the companies like OLX, Quicker should come forward and should make changes in their laws, in their system, in their apps, that these living things are not to be seen. They have also emotions. They are not someone's commodities that you can sell it anywhere. Over to my teammate.
Here, I would also like to give the example of Austria. The Austria Animal Welfare Act that was passed in that country has, after their implementation, such acts that, as you mentioned in your question, such acts have reduced drastically. So what we propose is not just making laws, but implementation is important as well. Implementation and execution, so that these laws are being followed, because just making laws won't solve anything. You have to monitor what all is is happening, and execution should be done so that such illegal processes do not happen. At last, I would like to conclude by saying that humanity cannot be judged only on the basis of development or how we treat humans. It should be judged on how we treat animals. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Team A. as well as Team E. I humbly request the judges to ask one question each to Team A. I may remind you that you're also allowed to cross question. You may go ahead. Ma'am, you need to unmute your mic. Yes.
Yeah. First of all, a very sort of a heart-touching topic, dogs and their breeding. So well done on exploring all the aspects of it. I just wanted to bring to your notice that the first point that you brought up is, would we do similar things to human beings? You know, if human beings were involved, we would never do it. But in fact, we are doing it. There's something called IVF, and there is something called surrogacy. This is a form of breeding in a way. And many people think these are great practices because it allows them to have children. And in some cases, children exactly as they want. We also know now that in many cases, IVF is being used to have male children. So there is that going on with human beings as well. And I've been told that in some places, some genetic hacking is also happening in the guise of stopping disease. But in fact, it is to get the physical attributes. So we are already doing it. So it's not that it's only happening with dogs. Of course, with dogs, it's happening much more. But then you make the next point saying that responsible breeding is a good thing. But that's totally in conflict with your first point, which says that if human beings if it doesn't happen to human beings, why do it with animals? You see, so there is a conflict.
And only if the animals are ready to engage in any such activities.
Ma'am, and another thing that I would like to bring to your notice is that many centuries ago, wolves and some some dogs, they also crossbred. This happened with evolution, and so naturally new breeds were created. What we are doing here is ethical breeding, and that does not destroy the course of nature. We are not creating something new artificially, as my friend said. But I would also like to say that as human beings too, we also change. We have evolved. So I would say that a little bit of change, that is, in the middle of development and biology development, in the middle, that is in the middle, we can follow that. Also, that human also engage in cross cultural development. Yes, that's just an analogy, but as humans, we engage in cross cultural development, right? So what I would say that with breeders, what we are supporting, that is ethical breeders, we are not saying that we are artificially trying to create something new. No, what is happening is that it's just nature doing its thing, but we are not artificially tarnishing or trying to manipulate anything on our case. Thank you.
And the first question still remains unanswered. Or should I assume that it is answered in this third answer itself?
Could you repeat the question? We would answer that. No, ma'am, we would answer that.
I feel that this ethical breeding itself is a misnomer. Breeding can't be ethical. I mean, the man-made breeding cannot be ethical. You're using technology for breeding, maybe in a natural way, but that itself is unethical. What is your count of that?
Ma'am, then I would say that we can bring a new name for it. If it's a misnomer, but the concept and the idea is not it's not something that should not be there. If the idea is correct, if the concept is correct, then as long as the emotions and feelings and the meaning of the word gets conveyed, I would say that it's okay. First of all, it's okay, and then we can coin a new term for it. It happens in biology all the time. Every century we get a new term new term relating to certain definition. It can also happen with this. We can get a
I want to
definition.
understand this term misnomer.
Ma'am, something that is wrongly named. It's not something that is wrongly named.
All right.
So what I meant is that we can coin a new term for it. It happens in biology all the time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. Thank you so much, Team A. It was a wonderful presentation, wonderful discussion. I would like to announce a break of 15 minutes now for all of us. Along with that, I would request the judges to tabulate the results for Team A. Meanwhile, the final scores and the results will be declared by the judges at the end of match 2. Thank you so much. See you after 15 minutes.
You know what?
What?
Our school, Army Public School Kirkee, is organizing Ethics Bowl this time.
Our school?
Yes, our school. Ethics Bowl? What is it? Is it a debate or something? No, it isn't a debate. Ethics Bowl is a competition in which two teams discuss about ethical dilemmas and try to come up with the best possible solution. That's really unique. Shall we go and see? Yes, let's all go and see.
Let's go. Army Public School Kirkee presents to you Ethics Bowl 2020-22. Raise your words, not your voice.
आङ्गिकं भुवनम्
B. Since you're already aware of the rules and regulations of Ethics Bowl, I'll just read it out very quickly. So Team B will get 10 to 12 minutes to present. Post your presentation, Team C will get 2 to 3 minutes to confer. Post the confer, Team C will get 5 to 7 minutes to present the commentary, and they will be able to ask 2 questions to the other team. Team B will be given 2 to 3 minutes to confer, and again, Team B will have to answer the question which are posed by the other team. After this, the judges will be asking one question each to Team B, and the same procedure will repeat to the next match. I hope it's all clear. Do you have any doubts, any confusions? Because I have read the instructions very quickly.
Yes,
I hope you are aware of the instructions and the rules and regulations. All right. So I request Team B to introduce yourself. Over to Team B.
सुप्रभात आदरणीय अध्यापकगण, मेरा नाम स्नेहा है और मैं कक्षा 12वीं से हूँ. धन्यवाद.
Good morning, one and all present over here. My name is Navtej Singh Sandhu. I am from class 12th. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gunjan Kaur. I'm from class 12th, looking for a great competition ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nathania. I'm from class 12, looking forward to a very enlightening competition.
Thank you so much, Team B. I request Team C to introduce themselves.
Good morning, esteemed judges and dignitaries and my worthy participants. I'm Aryan Duvedi from Team C, and I look forward to having a fruitful match.
सुप्रभात आदरणीय निर्णायकगण, अध्यापकगण और मेरे प्रिय साथियों, मैं बजरंग टीम से.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kavin, class 12th. Looking forward for an exciting match.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Arshi Rai from Team C, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion.
Thank you so much, Team C. Being a moderator, it's my duty to read out the case for the benefit of the audience. Since the case has already been shared with both the teams and the judges as well, I'll just read out the case. The case is as follows. Jessica Lal murder case. In the early hours of April 30th, 1999, the party at a posh restaurant in Delhi was just winding up. Around 2 a.m., a drunken youngster staggered across the bar asking for more alcohol. Jessica Lal, a celebrity model working as a barmaid for the evening, refused, stating that the party was over. Incensed with the refusal, the drunk took out his pistol and fired 2 shots. One hit the ceiling and the other one killed Jessica. Some observations on the youngster's premature release are worth pondering. Manu Sharma fled after the incident and surrendered in the Chandigarh, only after a nationwide alert was launched for his arrest. He was charged with murder and for causing disappearance of evidence. The trial court acquitted him in February 2006, causing an outrage. During the trial, the prosecution witnessed turned hostile, and one of them even suggested the ludicrous 2-weapon theory. It's widely believed that the witnesses were under tremendous pressure to change their visions. Having observed the melody of the court had ordered to execute to look into the witness protection scheme as practiced abroad to implement in India too. During this trial, the accused was granted bail quite a few times. It was only in November 2003 that the High Court put an end to this, and the Supreme Court too dismissed the special leave petition. The High Court took the case on fast track and delivered the judgment in December 2006, convicting him and awarding him life imprisonment. besides terming the trial court judgment an immature assessment of material on record. The SC upheld both the conviction and life sentence in 2010, noting, among other things, that the conduct of the killer after the incident proved his guilt beyond doubt. During the prison term, he was on a parole and furlough a number of times. Manu was awarded open jail facilities, implying he was out whole day working in an NGO and then back to his cell at night. His sentence review board, SRB, rejected his plea 6 times for premature release, against which he went to the High Court. Civil society has strongly protested the release, especially the women activists. In this case, media played a vital role, a powerful role in bringing justice to the innocent. Now, the question proposed to the related to the case study are as follows. The first question is, in a country which witnesses so many heinous crimes against women at regular intervals, what kind of a message do such remissions give out? Has justice been served in case of brutal, ghastly killing of Jessica Lal? The second question is as follows. Do you think it's a mockery of justice that people have to wait for decades for justice? What is your take on this? The third question is as follows. Is it not ethical to say justice delayed is justice denied? Is justice served by the premature release of Jessica Lal's killer? So these are the 3 questions proposed related to the case study. You are given 10 to 12 minutes to present your commentary. Team D, you can start. Your time starts now. Over to Team B. Team B. Team B, am I audible?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead. Please start. All the
यहाँ
best.
पर उपस्थित सभी अध्यापक गण व मेरे प्रिय मित्रों को सुप्रभात। आज मैं और मेरा दल आप सबके समक्ष इस दिए गए मामले का अध्ययन करते हुए अपने कुछ विचार सामने रखना चाहेंगे। प्रश्न के लिए धन्यवाद अध्यापिका जी। जेसिका लाल हत्याकांड बहुत ही उच्च स्तरीय का एक हत्या का मामला रहा। यह मामला मुझे आश्चर्यचकित करता है कि कैसे कोई व्यक्ति इतना बुज़दिल, इतना क्रूर हो सकता है कि वह एक निर्दोष लड़की की जान लेता है केवल इस तथ्य के कारण कि उसने उसे पेय देने से मना कर दिया। इस पूरे मामले में जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं, मीडिया ने एक बहुत अहम हिस्सा निभाया है। हर सिक्के के जिस प्रकार 2 पहलू होते हैं, मीडिया के भी 2 पहलू हैं और इस मामले में मीडिया ने अपने प्रभाव का इस्तेमाल कर उस लड़की को इंसाफ दिलाने में काफी मदद की और एक प्रकार से वरदान के रूप में उभरे और हमारे न्याय तंत्र पर पुनः विश्वास स्थापित कर दिया। अब हम सब मानते हैं कि इसमें हमारे न्याय तंत्र की गलती है क्योंकि उन्होंने न्याय देने में काफी देरी कर दी। परंतु अगर हम इसे एक दूसरे पहलू से देखें तो सारे चश्मदीद गवाहों ने कोर्ट में जाकर झूठी गवाही दे दी। अब आप खुद ही सोचिए, यदि आपके साथ कोई अन्याय हो रहा है और आपके दोस्तों ने वो आपके साथ अन्याय होते हुए देखा है, परंतु वह समय आने पर कुछ और ही कह रहे हैं, तो यहाँ पर हम न्याय तंत्र को कैसे दोषी ठहरा सकते हैं? क्योंकि आरोपी मनु शर्मा एक राजनेता का बेटा था और साथ ही साथ लोगों को अपनी जिंदगी बहुत प्यारी थी और वह अपनी जिंदगी को दांव पर नहीं लगाना चाहते थे। यह पूरा मामला राजनीति के इर्द गिर्द घूम रहा था, इसलिए काफी पक्षपाती था। अब मैं ये नहीं कह रही कि हमारा न्याय तंत्र एकदम काबिल, एकदम सही है, उसमें भी कई ज्यादा कठिनाइयां हैं, जैसे कि हम सब जानते हैं भ्रष्टाचारी, पारदर्शिता और साथ ही बकायदा इतने सारे मामले जिनकी अभी तक सुनवाई शुरू भी नहीं की गई है। परंतु इस मामले ने लोगों के दिलों में एक जगह बना ली कि हाँ, न्याय को मिलने में देरी हो सकती है, परंतु न्याय कभी इनकार नहीं किया जाता और ये नैतिक स्तर पर भी सही है। हम अगर न्याय के लिए लड़ने के लिए तैयार हैं और यदि हमारा न्याय सच्चा है, हमारी आवाज सच्ची है, तो हमें कोई रोक नहीं सकता, हमें कोई आवाज उठाने से रोकेगा नहीं और यह हमारा न्याय तंत्र कहता है। न्याय मिलने में देरी अवश्य हो सकती है, परंतु हमें उम्मीद नहीं हारनी चाहिए। अब मैं अपनी दल सखी को आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करने के लिए।
Thank you, Sneha. So before I express my views on the given case study, I would like to direct your attention to a very recent incident that had happened a few years ago in Hyderabad, where a veterinary doctor was raped and murdered by 4 criminals. And these 4 criminals were apprehended by the police and shot on sight. Now, even though the government authorities and the court had questioned this action of the police, the people and the media actually applauded this action and supported what the police had done. We know that this was an unethical way of dealing with the case given, but the question arises, why did the media and the people react in such a way? Why did they support such an action? Doesn't this feel like this mass frustration that has happened, where the cases that have been keeping on being pushed aside because of influence and power, and just because of lack of evidence? Now I'm going to be talking about the case study, coming back to the case study of Jessica Lal. The trial court acquitted the accused on the basis of lack of evidence. The fact that it took 3 months for the charge sheet to be filed itself shows that there is some sort of a flaw in the justice system. The fact that this was a cold-blooded murder that had happened in front of witnesses, and it took about 6 to 7 years for them to convict this accused. Doesn't this just seem something which is, there's some sort of wrong going on over here? Let us take a moment to think about the family of the victim, how they would have felt going up and down in the court to fight and get justice for the victim, but coming back depressed every time because the court refused to give out the verdict. Doesn't this scream of injustice in some sense? So, in my opinion, Jessica Lal's murder case was a clear case of justice being denied due to justice being delayed. Now I would like to give Gunjan to put her thoughts.
Thank you, Nathanya. Before I delve into this case, I would like to put out this small example. When a child, or like us as students in school, when we do something wrong, we are punished. Is that punishment given to us right away or 10 years later? It's a thought we need to think about. If the punishment is given right away, then why is the verdict being delayed for about 10 years and even more? We have seen in our recent past cases like Nirbhaya, Nitesh Datra, Priyadarshini Matu, and Jessica Lal, where the verdict, where the justice for the victim was delayed due to prolongation by our authorities. When the cases had substantial evidence, had everything aligned, but this prolongation period, not only did it allow the accused to gather time to wipe out the evidence, it just allowed more criminals to be open about committing such heinous crimes. And definitely when we see that this flaw or this loophole in our system, in a way is definitely a mockery towards our justice system. Our people, in this long wait that they have to go through, they lose their hope, they lose their only sense of belief that they ever had in the legal system. Now, coming to the media's point, because the justice system was taking so long, the media began its own trials. And as we've seen in the Jessica Lal murder case, the media played a pivotal role in bringing up this case. In fact, there were SMS campaigns. So definitely, the media played a very important role in bringing up the mass movement, which created a sense of urgency to bring this case to the fast track. And now with this, we should also look that because of the media, this case got coverage. But at the same time, there are so many cases lying there as files in the courts, unattended, just because they do not have the people do not have the substantial support system to bring it out. Because this was high profile, it got into fast track. and yet the decision, the justice was delayed. I wouldn't say that it was denied. It was, the accused were finally convicted, but after how long? The effect of the conviction was almost nullified, even though, the family must have felt at ease after the convict was convicted. But definitely the prolongation period would not have given the satisfaction. And we cannot deny that, how influential these powerful men are, how their money and power play does have influence. In this case, there were about 300 witnesses, but at the end only 4 to 5 turned up and spoke the truth during the trials. So this also leaves us and to ponder on a very important aspect that this case shows us. Now I would like Navtej to take this further.
Thank you, Gunjan. We have seen many cases, but cases like these help us believe in our judicial system. Along with judiciary, media also played a very important role in providing justice to Jessica Lal. Moreover, the accused Manu Sharma was also doing a lot of social work when he was when he was in his jail time. He also opened up many NGOs and helped his inmates in doing social activities. Before his sixth premature release filed, when he was finally released on his seventh premature release, the court saw him and all his activities which he has been doing with the NGO. That is why only after his six premature releases filed, he was released in the seventh one. According to this, we can say that the judiciary and the government is playing a very important role in seeing the inmates in the jail. We can also say that the government not only helps the influential person to escape from the jail time due to NGO social works or he has a political background, but also the judiciary sees the inmate in a very ethical manner. Now, I would like to after the release of Manu Sharma, he apologized to the media house in a very open manner to the whole population of the country. But it was after a decade that he formally apologized to the whole country, which is not ethical. He should have apologized or realized his mistake before the 10-year jail time. But I would also like to say that Sabrina Lal, which is the sister of the accused, also played a very pivotal role in this case. She had in her mind that Manu Sharma should go behind the bars, and the judiciary, along with the media, helped to conclude this to a statement. And I would also like to say that Sabina Lal also stated in an interview with NDTV that after the release of Manu Sharma, he was a very changed man because he was working with NGOs. And I want to tell you that till date, he has been working with NGOs and is engaged in social activities. But if you look at the other aspect of this, are the other inmates getting this equal opportunity? They are not financially strong like Manu Sharma, but they are guilty and they accept that they have committed a crime, but they can't financially help other inmates or build up NGOs, so they won't get a premature release. Isn't this unfair with other inmates? The judiciary should look upon this. This entire case has left a mark upon the Indian population's heart. Even though justice is delayed, but even though in this case we have seen that justice is delayed, but justice was provided. He was 10 years is not a short time. He was in jail for 10 years and he has been doing social activities along with NGO work. At last, I would like to say that in our country, the court passes justice, but not judgment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team B. Team C, you have 2 to 3 minutes to confer. And your time starts now. You may confer now. Team C, your 3 minutes are
Yes,
over.
ma'am.
You're given 7 minutes to present your and your viewpoints on the presentation of Team B. Also, you can ask maximum 2 questions to Team B within the stipulated time given to you. That is 7 minutes. No extra time will be given and no cross questioning is allowed. You may go ahead.
धन्यवाद मैम। जेसिका लाल मामले में अपराधी मनु शर्मा जिस पर जेसिका को गोली मारकर हत्या करने का आरोप सिद्ध हो गया था, उसे माननीय न्यायालय ने जुर्माना और उम्र कैद की सजा दी। न्यायालय इस बात का ध्यान रखता है कि भले ही 100 गुनहगार छूट जाए, परंतु एक बुरे गुनाह को सजा नहीं मिली। इसी के चलते काफी बार न्याय मिलने में सामान्य से थोड़ा अधिक समय लग जाता है, परंतु अंत में न्याय मिलता जरूर है और गुनहगार को उचित सजा। न्यायिक प्रक्रिया में तेजी लाने के लिए न्यायिक व्यवस्था में कुछ सुधार भी किए गए हैं, जैसे कि फास्ट ट्रैक अदालतों की व्यवस्था को अपनाना आदि। हमें अपनी न्यायिक व्यवस्था पर भरोसा रखना चाहिए, क्योंकि अधिक महत्वपूर्ण यह है कि न्याय मिलना चाहिए। यदि उसमें थोड़ा समय लगता भी है तो उसके लिए उचित कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं।
I completely agree with Bajrang's point. Now, under the eyes of law, everyone is equal, and it works on witnesses and evidences. Until a person is proven to be guilty, he can't be punished. There are chances of punishing an innocent in this process. So, judiciary system waits until they get proper evidence and witnesses. This whole process is time consuming. One should have faith in judicial system. And this case makes us believe in our judicial system. It assures us that the court gives us justice rather than judgment. In this case, media played a very important role and a powerful role in bringing justice to the innocent. Our Gusty media, along with other common people, ensured that the accused pay for his sins. The sting operation, message campaign, candle march, and all the protests works as a boon for the case. It left a major impact on the minds of the people. Case has left mark on every individual's heart because it seemed very personal to everyone. As we all are aware that courts provide justice, but if one believes to raise his voice, just like our Gusty and lion-hearted media did, no one can stop us. This case was revolving around a political angle which initially gave us fear of bias, but our judiciary system proved otherwise. At times, justice can be delayed, but it will be served. Now, Arshi will be continuing the further points.
I totally agree with Kavin's point of view. Justice, as fairness, is considered as the first virtue of any social system. It brings peace, prosperity, stability to the society. And when the same justice becomes time-consuming and expensive, it leads to the denial of justice. Feeling disturbed on the system law and order problem, delayed justice can have the following repercussions. Firstly, harassment of victims. The consuming process of justice delivery, instead of healing the wounds of victims, it amounts to re-victimization. For example, the rape victim in every proceeding has to relive, has to re-experience the gruesome, cruel ordeal she faced. Secondly, the perpetrator of crime, instead of getting punished, feels awarded and loses fear of law and reduces himself. It reduces himself ready for the next crime. In the case of Jessica Lal, as if the furlong and furlong were the awards he was getting to kill an innocent girl. We cannot bring back the life of this innocent girl. We cannot bring back the life of this innocent woman. However, we can make her family feel the sense of justice, a fairness of trial, a fairness of judgment. Society at large loses faith in informed mechanism of delivery system. For example, advocates of Khap Panchayat of 10 cities delayed justice as the justification of Khap Panchayat. Now, if we take justice as a perishable commodity, it will lose its value if it becomes too time consuming. It will cease its value, right? So, however, in many of the cases, the judicial system has played an incredible role in giving justice to innocent people. In fact, the judicial system works on the principle of, innocent until proven guilty. It always emphasizes on the fact that every person accused of any crime is considered innocent until proven guilty. That is why sometimes these cases become time consuming. So we need to take both aspects in our mind while conferring about judicial system. Judicial system, sometimes it takes time in giving justice to the innocent, but it always makes sure that yes, the justice is provided to the innocent and it works on the principle of innocent until proven guilty. So yes, we need to keep both of these aspects while conferring about the judicial system. Now over to Anand.
So our question to you is, sometimes dealing with justice, if we take justice as a perishable commodity, don't you think it will lose its value if it becomes time consuming and leads to re-victimization of victims? And sometimes the victims are ill treated in society as well, like in rape cases.
तो
हमारा दूसरा प्रश्न यह है कि काफी बार कानून की नजर में एक व्यक्ति गुनहगार होता है, किंतु नैतिक रूप से वह सही होता है, और काफी मामलों में ऐसा भी होता है कि वह नैतिक रूप से एक व्यक्ति सही होता है, परंतु कानूनी रूप से वह व्यक्ति गुनहगार होता है। ऐसे मामलों में हमें किसे अधिक महत्ता देनी चाहिए, यदि हम कानून या नैतिकता, और यदि कानून को दी जाए तो कानून के साथ नैतिकता का किस अनुपात में मेल होना चाहिए?
Can we please ask for, excuse me, am I audible?
Yes, Stevie.
Can we please ask for the question that was given to us in English to be repeated and the question in Hindi to be paraphrased in English for the benefit of our understanding?
Sure.
Thank you.
Team C, could you please repeat the question which was asked in the medium English, and please translate the question which was asked in Hindi for their better understanding.
So now the first question was, sometimes dealing with justice, if we take justice as a perishable commodity, don't you think it will lose its value if it becomes time consuming and leads to re-victimization of victims? And sometimes the victims of these crimes are ill treated in the society as well, like for instance the rape victims.
So what's your take on this?
And
also, Team B, I think you have a Hindi speaker in your team right now.
But we do have the have the liberty to ask the question to be paraphrased because this is a majority English and is to one. So it is there in the rules. Possible, it would be really nice.
Team C, would you like to just translate the question in English?
Repeat it again.
Or it would be better. Okay.
Yes, Team C.
It would be better if you could repeat the question again, second question, in Hindi only, it's fine.
In Hindi, all right.
Okay, ma'am. So like we have to paraphrase the second question in Hindi, right?
You could just repeat the question in Hindi itself. You don't have to paraphrase it again. You just need to repeat the question in Hindi.
हाँ जी, काफी बार कानून की नजर में एक व्यक्ति गुनहगार होता है, लेकिन वह नैतिक रूप से सही होता है, और काफी मामलों में नैतिक रूप से एक व्यक्ति सही होता है और कानून की नजर में वह व्यक्ति गुनहगार होता है। तो ऐसे मामलों में हमें किसे अधिक महत्ता देनी चाहिए, कानून या नैतिकता को? और यदि कानून को दी जाए तो कानून और नैतिकता का एक सही अनुपात क्या होगा?
Thank you. Team B, I hope you get 2 to 3 minutes to confer. And your time starts now.
Thank you so much, Team C, for the lovely questions. For the first question, does prolongation of justice actually lead to, in its perish, like does it make justice a perishable commodity? Well, as I already said in my when I got my time, that prolongation of justice is definitely going to lead to people losing their hope within the legal system. The accused gets benefit of time, and the more delay in the verdict, the more people, common masses. I mean, okay, let's just take for example, when the Jessica Lal murder case happened, we saw people came on streets, there were mass moments, but Think about it. We are common men. We have to earn our bread. We have to go on with our life. Till how long can the mass movement be staged? Till how long can the media go on and try to uplift the case? There will be a point where the higher authorities will have to step in, will have to give a verdict. And the more the delay, the more the case gets colder, and the more people start forgetting about it. We've had so many cases, like the recent one, like the Sushant Singh Rajput one. Who remembers about this case now? We remember there was a time when it was at its peak. Every single person on social media, everywhere, there were talks about this. But what about now? We've forgotten about it because justice has been delayed, and in that process justice is also being denied. So prolongation is definitely not the solution. It does lead to disheartenment amongst the masses. And for the second question, I would like to call upon Sneha.
So, as you asked us, whether there can be a situation wherein a judgment can be correct ethically, but it can be wrong legally, and it can be correct legally, but can be wrong ethically. So, basically, here what we see is what are laws? Laws are the instruments that have been made in order to ensure that everything stays in order in the society. Laws and ethics, they go hand in hand, they have to coexist. They are there for the betterment of the society, to keep in line everything, but still keeping an ethical approach is very important. As we all know, law is blind. They do not consider the emotional aspects, the moral aspects. As we all know, the case, Nanavati case, that we all have been hearing about, we heard about, we even discussed about it, wherein, according to the public, everybody said the person did the right thing. Nanavati did the right thing. He was correct morally, might be, because that are the individualistics, his individual approach. But if we see as a whole, legally, that was wrong. He didn't have the right to take the life of a person, because that is up to the law. You're not supposed to take the life of a person. You are not the one who grants the life. No, law never states such a thing. So I feel law and ethics, they can sometimes go in competition. They can compete with each other, but they have to go hand in hand in order to maintain peace and order in our society, in order to maintain the thing that everybody lives in harmony. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much, Team B. I request the judges to ask one question each to Team B. Judges on board?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go first unless doctor wants to go first. Should I ask?
Yeah,
ma'am, please answer. Oh, okay, all right. So I was hearing you speaking, and you said two things actually. First was, you said that you absolutely and completely think that justice delayed is justice denied. And second thing you said was that Manu Sharma did some work with NGOs, and therefore sort of letting him out early may not be the worst idea ever. So I have questions regarding both. First is that supposing right now in Manu Sharma's case, our emotions are involved, and like you rightly said, that the media was very active on this case. So we know a lot more about it. But supposing this was a case where this was a poorer person and a similar incident had happened, and the media didn't tell us so much about it. When I say poor, I mean the situation, all the people involved were not as privileged. And then the justice was very swift. How would you feel about it? Would you feel that the justice system actually gave that person enough time and say? Would you feel the same? And the second question is that, can we as a society decide that if somebody is good for a couple of years, and even the victim sister also feels the same way, that we can somehow pardon them? These are the two main questions I want to ask of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Great questions. For the first one, if this was a case where a poorer person was involved, and if he got a justice, speedy justice, it would be a matter of happiness, because in our country, like a country like ours, where cases take so long that it leads to public, the public also gets de-stressed along with the family who's going along, like especially like high profile cases like these. So if a
Sorry,
poorer person
sorry,
would
sorry, I'll just interject. I'm sorry. I think I framed my question not clearly enough. I meant that supposing in this case, Manu Sharma person had murdered somebody and was let off scot-free because we wanted justice to go quick. And our emotions were not so involved in this case. How would we feel?
Ma'am, just to clarify, you said that if the culprit was left in the speedy process, if he was left and left free, that is what you're asking. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, I'm saying that the system moved very quickly and we didn't know all the nuances. Like in the case of Manu Sharma, we knew everything that he had indeed done this heinous act and that there were so many witnesses and the media had explored it. So we didn't have all the information. We just knew that there was some man who went into a bar and shot a woman. We had no information. And then justice moved very quickly and set him free. Now, in this case, justice has moved quickly. But is it justice delivered? Is my question. Is speed the only factor?
Ma'am, I got your point. Actually, I heard the words incorrectly the last time that you asked. Ma'am, in the case if I do not believe that the judicial system should, not work in the way it's supposed to. The judiciary is supposed to scrutinize and analyze each and every case that it gets. It's supposed to work with each case in separately and go to its depth. Now this obviously does take time. There's actually a very fine line, I believe, between the fact where the case gets prolonged because of political pressures, societal pressures, media trials, and in fact this prolongation period is actually enjoyed by the people in power, because what they do is they let the media come to the hype, come to the peak, and then this sudden fall. And when that sudden fall is there, that is when these remissions, these swift burials that we see, that the accused has been buried overnight. It comes a lot of times in the news that they've just, it was such a prolonged thing, and then they've suddenly come out of their very smoothly have released themselves. So this prolongation actually creates this sort of vacuum which the influential people take advantage of. So my stance on this is the judiciary should not put its role of analyzing and scrutinizing the cases and having an in-depth research about the case. But at the same time, they should know where the case is being prolonged, where they should draw a fine line, and that is when the public gets distressed as well. And for the second question, can we as a society for a couple of years, the second question was, ma'am, could you just tell the second question again?
The second question I asked was that you repeatedly said that he's now working with NGOs, and that therefore somehow he has his furlough into and coming out is somehow okay. So I'm just wondering, aren't these your first point and this one in total conflict?
Not really, ma'am. Actually, Manu Sharma, he was an influential man, like as Navtej in his when he was saying, he said that he was an influential person. He had the money and the assets to actually go build an NGO, go and do a societal work. But his other, mates inside the prison did not have the resources. But if a man who has taken action to do something good. Now there can be a downside to this, because any ethical dilemma has a lot, it's multidimensional. He could be advised by his lawyer that there is a provision by which your case can be prematurely departed, so he could have acted upon him. But if in that act, or if in that mindset, he moved towards doing something good, I do not believe that we as persons, as individuals, should discourage that, because our law itself believes that if a criminal, after he has completed some tenure in the prison, if he is resorting towards change, then we in fact should encourage that, and we should move towards the utopian society we envision for ourselves. And now I would like Sneha to lead.
So, to interrupt, I request the judge to please turn on her camera because I'm unable to see her. Ma'am, could you please turn on your...
My camera is on. It's been on throughout. I don't know how to switch it on. It's on my end. I can see myself somehow. I think maybe it's off at your end.
Okay, I'll just check with the team. All right, please go ahead, team B.
Yes, ma'am. So carrying on the answer that my teammate just gave, I would like to say here that humans change. It is the perspective of life. It is the essence of life. So punishments are given in order to ensure and make people realize that they are wrong. And in this case, it was obvious that he might have realized his mistake, though it took him a whole decade to realize it. And now he's been doing social work for the greater good of the society. And even the victim's sister forgave the accused. Maybe he realized where he was wrong. And we cannot discourage as an individual that it's not good for him, because he was punished so that he could realize where he was wrong. And now I would like to pass on the mic to my teammate for further.
Moreover, I would like to add a fact over here that jails and the punishment which is given to a person is not to keep them inside or behind the bars for a very long period of time. It is at last built so that they can realize their mistake and work on in their society in the rest of their lives, and they could work accordingly in the society. So in this case, we have seen that Manu Sharma has been working with NGOs. He even opened so many NGOs and helped his inmates. This proves that he will, after being released from the jail, he will work for the society, and eventually he did that. And the sister of the accused also believes in this fact, and we all know that he has been working for the society and he realized his punishment. All the inmates with him should also realize his mistakes, but as I mentioned, all were not financially influential. So the judiciary system should consider this fact and take upon it. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so you feel that if we as a society decide that doing the NGO work is fine, it's okay to let people go. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Ma'am, not exactly that. We say that people should be given a chance to redeem themselves. We should understand that it's a humans, they have both negative and positives, them pros and cons, as we say. Some people go to the extent of committing such heinous things, but there is always a point of retrieval that any human can have at any point of life, where they have this realization ki, oh, maybe I was not right, and I want to change for the better good of the society. Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to ask the first question regarding concept of justice itself. I have observed that you are relating term justice with the procedure and the time of the procedure itself, and you are also trying to relate it with punishment. So I would like to ask you about the concept of justice itself. What do you feel? What is justice?
Justice in its sense, it has a lot of implications, like if there are friends quarreling for the justice of their say in a friends group, justice has a lot of implications. But in this case of this murder that had happened of Jessica Lal, every individual at its own at the self level, place themselves. What if it was my, like if it was a dad, he would have thought, what if it was my daughter, who was at the brink of this case that was committed. And Jessica Lal's sister took up this case to fight for her, to fight for because Jessica Lal did not deserve this. All she did was denied Manu Sharma another drink, and she was just being a ethical person in following the decorum of the place. This I think it was a bar where this was happening, and every certain place has its own rules and regulations which employees have to follow. And all she did was denied him a drink, abiding to the rules and regulations of that place. So she was being an ethical person. But Manu Sharma, on the other hand, in his state, whichever in his state that he was, he shot her. And how is killing someone ethical? And something as unethical as killing definitely does require justice. We need answers that why did you actually take a pistol and shoot her? What was the requirement? Is it just because you belong to a rich family and you've never heard no for an answer that you took down her life? Is that the reason? Is it coming down to moral values that need to be cleared off at a very early age? That is where the entire mass movement came into the being. Everyone was just questioning this small question: a life for a
So
drink.
in short, sorry to disturb. So in short, justice according to you is knowing the reason why this murder has been committed. Is it so?
Ma'am, I would like to continue what she said. She went deeper into the case, and I'd like to say it on a journal level. As we all know, there are three bodies that we have: executive, legislature, and judiciary. Ma'am, the judiciary makes sure that the laws are implemented and are being protected. Whenever a person feels that a particular law is not being, followed, or something wrong is being happening, so they can go to the judiciary. They can reach to them and address this case, and they have this kind of belief that they'll get justice, they'll get what they deserve. So that's what, according to
So
me,
what is
justice.
meant by justice? What is justice?
Justice
So
is
what will give you a feeling of justice? कब ऐसा लगेगा कि हाँ justice हुआ है? That's what I'm
Ma'am,
asking you.
Ma'am, when finally the person, the accused was convicted, Sabrina Lal, in fact, said that when Manu Sharma was convicted, she felt satisfied. That feeling of satisfaction by the person who is the family who faced this, I mean, Jessica Lal alone was not the person who was murdered. Along with her, her family faced the repercussions. So when the family was satisfied at their heart, when they felt, yeah, yes, my daughter, my sister has gained the justice that she required, because she was innocent, ma'am. And that is where innocence and the guilty, the line of difference between them comes. And that is why we seek for justice, because it is just. We need the just of that. Yeah.
Your
Thank you,
last
ma'am.
point was more important. It is fairness, reasonableness, and this is how we keep on saying that justice must be done in time and in a fairly manner. So probably a further detailed study of our justice system will give you a better insight. The second question was regarding the media trial. In your presentation, you harped on the point that how media helped us, and the another honorable judge has rightly asked you that does the media do the same thing in other cases also? So the point to be asked here is, don't you feel that media created a picture what it wanted to, and it was a sort of media trial which was highly objected, and so we should not support these media trials because it is a job of judiciary and not the media. I would like to know your view.
Ma'am, media trials. So during the Jessica Lal case, it's been said that the truest time of journalism, of the peak time of the true journalism, was during the Jessica Lal murder case. And after that, what we've seen, I'm just covering it up, because what we see, the media trials we see today are a mere attempt at gaining TRP. But back then, when Jessica Lal murder case happened, journalists were actually seeking the truth, were actually trying to fight for the justice of Jessica Lal. And they at that point had not painted a picture, because everyone was in sync. The public, the media, both were in sync with each other. Everyone just wanted one thing, which was justice for Jessica. And in today's the recent day, yes, the media trials do paint a picture, they do put you in a delusion, and believing the trials that media gives can, put you in a different mindset. And I do agree with you on that aspect. But bringing back to the Jessica Lal murder case, that time the media, the journalists, and the public were all aligned for just one goal, which was getting justice for Jessica.
Ma'am, you need to unmute your mic if you're speaking.
Yeah, the last question is regarding punishment itself. And like few of you talked about the reformation, punishment or sanctioning is the further step after the conviction is declared. So punishment is given from the point of view of the person, whether he's a first offender or not, so on and so forth. So do you feel that this reform theory which we have accepted must be continued, or the deterrence which is missing nowadays in society, that must be reconsidered? What is your take on it?
Could you please repeat the question? There was some network lag on our end.
I will repeat the question. The question is pertaining to punishment. Yeah. Now, after the conviction, everyone knows that reformation is preferred in our system. So, do you feel that we must continue with the same approach, where even though the conviction is there, the person must be given a chance to reform himself or herself, or a deterrence to be set in society, we must believe in the harsh punishment system? What is your take on it? Because in Jessica Lal's case, even though reformation is seen, that gives a different kind of message in society, and the deterrence is missing day by day. More and more crimes are committed. The laws are there, but it has lost its deterrent effect. So, do you feel that the deterrent theory must be reconsidered, balancing the reformation and deterrence?
Yes, ma'am. So, as we are talking here about the concept of punishment, what are the punishments given for? What I feel here is it is in order to make a person realize what sins they have committed. For each and every crime, there has been kept a particular punishment that a person has to go through. Again, I'd like to come on the emotional aspect of it, that humans do change. It is the essence of life. When once they realize their mistake, once they realize their sins, they try to make a better person out of themselves. Punishments are given in order to make people realize that they are wrong. And in this case, it was obvious that he might have realized the fact that he was wrong, so he tried to, make it up for it. And even, as we all know, he's been involving himself in the greater good of the society. And yeah, ma'am, that's pretty much it. Now I'd like to pass on the mic to my teammate for further addition.
I would also like to highlight on the fact that, this whole thing of being a deterrent and, as you've said, reform theory. Now, it also depends on the kind of case. This case specifically, if you look at it, it was not a premeditated shooting. He did not come with the intention to kill someone or to do someone. Though what his action he did was not justified, though what he did was not ethical in any sense, but since you know that it is not something that he has planned and come with the intent of doing something like this, there is a small chance of him reforming his ways. But in cases where there is an intent behind the murder, where something has intentionally, the person
So
has
I got
come.
your point. Sorry to interrupt. I got your point. My question was whether punishments like this, or lesser punishment, or lesser form of punishment like this, lessens the deterrence which is supposed to be there for the society, so that others learn a lesson from this case, and in future less crimes would be there or no crimes would be there. So this is an ideal condition. Punishment has several purposes, and most important is an example must be set in society so that others will not dare to do the same thing in the same way. So are we
Yes.
losing on that count?
Definitely, like from the time of the French Revolution, guillotine was used for, the wrong, I mean, it was used for wrong purposes at that time. But we've seen that such certain deterrent tools are used to enforce the sense of fear in the society. But at the same time, I had read this study where there was no correlation between using certain high degree deterrence tools and the number of heinous crimes that were being committed by the people. Yes, it does act as a mechanism of creating fear amongst the masses. Yes, masses do feel that, if we if they do feel at an individual level that if I commit this crime, I shall be hanged. And we can in fact see this example in like Middle East countries um, where certain very high degree deterrence tools have been used, and their citizens are in fact very even scared to attempt for doing something like this. But in our country, we've always believed in the idea of reform, the Gandhian values. We follow. Our country always believes in giving a second chance to people, that people do reform. And it is true, ma'am, that people, when they realize, when self actualization happens, they do go ahead and reform themselves. So yes, deterrents are required, ma'am. Like in the Nirbhaya case, the because of the gruesome rape that they had done, the accused were given, and it was actually the first time four men were given the death sentence together. So our judiciary system makes rational decisions. Hanging everyone for every case is not the most ethical way of dealing with it. So I feel that both deterrent theory and reform theory go hand in hand, and they should coexist together for balance in the society. And I would like Navtej to carry on.
Ma'am, as you also said that do hard punishments pay or give justice? Ma'am, I would like to explain this with an example of the country Singapore, because there the jails are designed in a way that the inmates of the jail are treated, and they have a lesson plan every day. They have new subjects there. They graduate in the jail. So our system of jail should also be made like that, so that our inmates can also work out accordingly, and then they can be made out in a certain period of time from the jail and adapt to the society. Thank you.
You're on mute, ma'am. Ma'am, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yeah. I'm happy that you are studying these things comparatively, but I will be more happy if you could study our own system. In ancient India, also, we had a concept of prayashchitta, where people were allowed to initiate the reforms for themselves, and society used to accept them. So,
Yes,
this is
ma'am.
not a new thing for our system, and very rightly, our judicial system has set this norm. The only thing is one need to understand the procedural requirements. Justice is a relative term, but justice, though lame, it is done. In every case, it is done. So it should not be always related with punishment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because punishment has its own purpose. So I would request all of you to have this perspective while discussing any trial. Henceforth. Thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Great insights from your side.
Thank you so much, Team B. Now I'm announcing a break of 10 minutes. Afterwards, after the break, we will see and we will get to know Team C's presentation. So I will see you after 10 minutes. All right, see you. It's a break for everyone. Team B, you can switch off your camera and you can relax for 10 minutes.
Guys, you know what? What? Our school, Army Public School Kirkee, is organizing Ethics Bowl this time.
Our school?
Yes, our school. Ethics Bowl? What is it? Is it a debate or something? No, it isn't a debate. Ethics Bowl is a competition in which two teams discuss about ethical dilemmas and try to come up with the best possible solution. That's really unique. Shall we go and see? Yes, let's all go and see.
Let's go.
Army Public School Kirkee presents to you Ethics Bowl 2020-22. Raise your words, not your voice.
Benefit of the audience, I'm reading out the case now. So the case is as follows. A for-profit 21st century school. Mark Zuckerberg, founder of Facebook, donated $100 million for the reimagining and the transformation of education with its proprietary technology platform to All School, which was founded in 2013 by Max Ventila. All School is a collaborative community of micro schools that uses teachers, deep research, and the tools to offer a personalized whole child learning experience in San Francisco, Palo Alto, and Brooklyn for pre-kindergarten to 8th grade students. Each micro school has a mixed age class of 25 to 30 students with 2 teachers. Children enrolled in All School use laptops and tablets to complete a daily personalized playlist of lessons, projects, and activities. Children might work on a lesson from Khan Academy or collaboratively create a skit about a cell anatomy. A student's playlist also incorporates patients' input as to the skills they want emphasized for their child. The cost of enrollment for All School in Brooklyn is $27,500. What makes All School different from other for-profitable schools is its paired function as a tech company. All School employs engineers and researchers to collect and analyze the data on enrolled students for research and development. Each classroom is outfitted with fisheye lenses, cameras, and a sound recorder. All schools, engineers are working on a wearable device for students with a radio frequency ID tag to track all movements. The goal is to use the data to improve teaching techniques and or to assess students' mastery, thereby benefiting the students attending these schools and potentially future students as well. Using the collected data, All School is also developing software to build an operating system for education. This software will combine elements of a learning management system, administrative functions, enrollment, recruitment, finances, record keeping, and a social network of a parent-teacher communication. Ventila plans to market the software to charter, private, and public schools. By outsourcing these basic administration functions, The argument goes educators can focus on serving students. Education ought to level the playing field in a technology saturated world. Students at schools who can afford this kind of education may be more advantaged, thus furthering the inequities that already exist. Also, Brian Alexander, an educational technology expert, believes this software model is too expensive for many K-12 schools. He also argues issues of funding technical support and confusing and sometimes conflicting state and federal policies make adopting new technologies very difficult. Now, the questions related to the case study are as follows. The first question is, what is the purpose of education? Should part of its purpose to be level the playing field? Is it morally problematic that children in school systems can afford this technology, can get the service, while children in other school systems cannot? Is it morally appropriate for school to partner with technological companies in this kind of way? If so, what limits and safeguards, if any, should be there on such partnerships? Is it morally appropriate for schools to conduct research on students in this kind of way? If so, what limits and safeguards, if any, should be there on such research? Over to Team C. You have 10 to 12 minutes to present. Your time starts now. All the best.
Thank you, moderator, for asking the questions. Now, we members of Team C would like to discuss on the case study. Education is something which enables one to acquire knowledge and skill, which aids to one's integral and holistic development, helping them in becoming successful and contributing members of society. Not only that, it also motivates the learners to understand the difference between various people and various societal groups and how to respect them, and also emphasizes on the emotional quotient of a person and sympathize with the problem that the people face, which the society currently lacks. We people have to understand that a society without proper education is just like a bird without wings, and without proper education, the valuable ideas of freedom, justice, equality don't have any meaning. Now, should it be a purpose of education to level the playing field? I personally feel that equity should be a part of education system. It is a need of the hour, and it always has been. Can overall development of the country or development of each and every section of society be expected when the flow of education is restricted to a very small section of society that is economically prosperous? And what's the fault of the child who is unable to get this knowledge? Because is his fault that he was born in a poor family? What I feel is by formulating these educational policies, the policymakers shall focus on taking the opportunities presented to students and infusing them with the support and resources to turn education system into a level playing field. This means that the disadvantaged students will get support that they can stand equal to the students who don't face the disadvantage. Now, coming to the case study. We people have to understand that schooling is not about creating feelingless or emotionless devices. It's about making people into human. It's about inculcating values of humanity into one. There is always a limit after which it becomes a bit excess. So isn't making the entire education system to revolve around these digital devices a bit excessive? What about the overall growth? What about the physical growth of one? I don't rule out the fact that we as members or citizens of this modern world, okay, our lives entirely revolve around the evolving technology. But at the same time, we can't ignore the drawbacks it brings to one. Problems such as serious as digital amnesia, in which one's dependence over the electronic devices causes serious problem like that of reduction in one's retaining ability. Now, we people have to understand we come from a society or a land where oral knowledge was passed from generation to generation. But haven't we lost it somewhere because of our dependence? No. handing it over to Bajrang.
मैं आर्यन के विचारों से पूर्णतया सहमत हूँ। सच्ची शिक्षा के दो लक्ष्य हैं, एक बुद्धिमत्ता और दूसरा चरित्र। शिक्षा का मुख्य उद्देश्य होता है एक अच्छे इंसान का निर्माण, जिससे इंसानियत को इंसानियत का निर्माण जो समाज की प्रगति में एक अहम भूमिका निभाए। इसके लिए जरूरी है कि शिक्षा से बच्चों का समग्र विकास हो, जिसमें कि बौद्धिक, भावनात्मक, शारीरिक, संज्ञानात्मक क्षमता विकास के साथ साथ मूल्यों और विश्वास की स्थापना का भी प्रयास किया जाए। शिक्षा व्यक्ति को अलग अलग अवसर प्राप्त करने के लिए सक्षम बनाती है। क्या कहें कि इसका एक उद्देश्य यह भी बनता है कि सबके लिए एक समान स्तर के मैदान का निर्माण हो, अर्थात शिक्षा हासिल करने के पश्चात सबके पास बराबर अवसर हो। परंतु बहुत बार आर्थिक संपन्न न होने के कारण बहुत से बच्चे शिक्षा के उस दहलीज तक पहुंच ही नहीं पाते, और यदि पहुंच भी जाए तो उन्हें उस स्तर की शिक्षा प्राप्त नहीं हो पाती जो बड़े बड़े शिक्षण संस्थानों में बाकी बच्चों को होती है। अगर शिक्षा प्राप्त करने में ही एक समान स्तर मैदान का निर्माण ना हो पाएगा तो आगे की उम्मीद कैसे की जा सकती है। यदि कोई शिक्षण संस्थान शिक्षा का स्तर और अच्छा करना चाहती है और इसके लिए वह तकनीकी की सहायता ले तो इसमें कुछ भी नैतिक रूप से गलत नहीं है, क्योंकि यदि तकनीकी नहीं होती तो आज हमारे लिए यह ऑनलाइन नैतिक चर्चा करवाना भी संभव न हो पाता। लेकिन जब कंपनियां इन शिक्षण संस्थानों के साथ मिल जाती है तो उनके लिए उनका मुनाफा अधिक मायने रखता है, ना कि शिक्षा और सामाजिक कल्याण जो कि नैतिक रूप से गलत है। कंपनियों को शिक्षा से व्यवसायीकरण करने और मुनाफे का जरिया बनाने का हक नहीं दिया जाना चाहिए। उनका काम सिर्फ शिक्षण संस्थानों को तकनीकी उपकरण देने का होना चाहिए, इससे अधिक कुछ नहीं। अब जहां बात आई छात्रों को शोध के लिए वस्तु की तरह उपयोग करने की, तो हो सकता है कि इसकी सहायता से शिक्षण संस्थान अपनी शिक्षण पद्धति को और अच्छा बना पाए, परंतु इससे हम नैतिक रूप से उपयुक्त नहीं मान सकते, क्योंकि इस तरह से हर पल उनकी निगरानी करने से छात्रों के ऊपर नकारात्मक मनोवैज्ञानिक प्रभाव पड़ सकता है, जिससे कि उनका विकास रुक सकता है। शिक्षण संस्थानों की यह नैतिक जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि वह अपने निजी स्वार्थ के लिए छात्रों को प्रयोग की वस्तु के रूप में ना देखकर उन्हें उनकी क्षमता को पहचानने और विकसित करने के लिए एक स्वतंत्र और खुला वातावरण प्रदान करें। हमें ये समझना चाहिए कि शिक्षा का अर्थ सिर्फ शैक्षिक विकास नहीं होता, समग्र विकास होता है।
I will be continuing after my good friend Basram. It is unethical for schools to partner up with technological companies in a way that the case study suggests. When school forms partnerships with technological companies or any other company, they compromise on the main objective, which is to provide education and welfare to the children, and become profit-driven and profit-oriented companies. Even if relations with technological companies is required, it should be very limited. These limits should be made trade-based or trade-based as students will be provided with technology and company will be provided with the money for the technology. Such trade-based relations are advantageous as they provide students with new technology and experiences. More in-depth understanding of the technology which will help the child to survive in cooperate world, and educational institutions like schools and the company that are based on education for the profit should be regulated by the government. This will ensure that education is provided universally and there can be an easy access to new gadgets, new software produced by the companies to serve the purpose of education. It has high advantages as these type of technology and software and provide to each and every student irrespective of their status, even if they are in a public school, government school, or even if they are at homes. A large amount of technology and large amount of resources can be provided to them with great ease. Now my friend Arshi will be continuing to explain these.
I totally agree with Kavan's point of view. So, with time, the society evolves and the experiment on children will be considered unethical if we treat them as an object. The limits, and if so, suppose if we generally experiment, then the limits and safeguards could be instead of tracking students via tracker or tracking devices, children should be given a free and open environment via which we can understand their behavioral patterns. If they are given free and open environment, then yes, of course, children will be able to explore their fullest potential. They will be able to develop creativity with minimal resources. Einstein, Newton, and Mark Zuckerberg himself are the product of free will. They are the product of free thinking because they made use of all the resources available to them and they provided amazing theories. They made all, they were so minimalistic that they made use of all the resources which were there. Although, of course, they come from a generation which was not much technologically advanced like of today. But despite that fact, they gave amazing theories to the world, priceless theories, I would say. So, the best way to understand a child's psyche is by conversing with them, is by having a conversation with them instead of spying on them. That is my personal opinion. Even if we experiment with children via trackers, we track them. How will we able to figure out their emotions? How will we able to know about their mental health, about their emotional questions, about their mental status, right? So right now, we need let the child float freely. Let the child become creative. Let the child form new perspectives, new ideas. That's the perspective in which I believe in. We come from the land of Vedic schooling. Rabindranath Tagore's school emphasized educationalism, naturalism, humanism, and idealism. Shanti Niketan and Vishnu Bharati are based on such principles. And yes, I truly agree that we need to adapt to changing technology, but not at the cost of compromising the basic purpose of education, which is social welfare. Khan Academy, as it has already been mentioned in the case study, it is a perfect example of this. It provided free education to millions and millions of students through technology, right? In fact, I would like to take instance of COVID pandemic. Through technology, we like attended online classes, and teachers were able to communicate their ideas with us. We were able to complete our curriculum. How was all this made possible? Through the use of technology. We have come from a land of Smriti to Shruti culture, where the knowledge has been passed orally from generations to generation. So, but nowadays, that kind of information retaining capacity of an individual has been lost due to this over dependence on technology, right? And I feel that government interference is required in such technological schools in order for the welfare of each and every individual. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team.
हो गया उनका हो गया
I request Seema ma'am to turn off her mic. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Team B, you have 2 to 3 minutes to confer, and your time starts now. Team B, the time is up.
Yes, ma'am.
You're given 5 to 7 minutes to comment on the presentation of Team C. You can also ask maximum 2 questions within the stipulated time period of 5 to 7 minutes. No extra time will be given. You please go ahead. You can start now.
धन्यवाद अध्यापिका जी। शुरू करने से पहले मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा बोला, मुझे अच्छा लगा सुनकर। अब मैं और मेरा दल आप सबके समक्ष कुछ अपने विचार रखना चाहेंगे। शिक्षा, जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं, हमें अंदर से महत्वपूर्ण सोच विकसित करने में हमारी काफी मदद करती है। यह हमें एक व्यक्ति को यह सिखाने में मदद करती है कि कैसे आप अपनी रचनात्मकता को बढ़ा सकते हैं जब भी आप कोई फैसला लेते हैं या फिर किसी से भी मिलते हैं। शिक्षा एक व्यक्ति को बुनियादी तौर पर बेहतर बनाती है और किसी भी पेशेवर के लिए हमें आगे के लिए तैयार करती है। और हमारे इर्द गिर्द आज इतनी सारी जानकारी होने के बावजूद बच्चों को ये समझ नहीं आता कि क्या सही है क्या गलत, हमें किस पर विश्वास करना चाहिए किस पर विश्वास नहीं करना चाहिए। तो ये हमें एक प्रकार से ये सिखाने में मदद करती है कि हमारे लिए क्या गलत है और क्या सही। परंतु शिक्षा की हिस्सेदारी केवल हमें अपने मैदान में उन्नति करने से संबंधित नहीं है, परंतु ये पूरा पासा पलटने से है। हमें हिस्सेदारी की आवश्यकता तो है, परंतु हम जिस संदर्भ में इसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं उससे इसका सिद्धांत एकदम कमजोर हो जाता है। अगर हम एक प्रतियोगिता, प्राप्ति और सामाजिक गतिशीलता के रूप में देखें तो हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ी एक प्रकार से एक दूसरे के खिलाफ एक कठोर प्रतियोगिता में है, क्योंकि साधनों की काफी कमी है, क्योंकि हर व्यक्ति आज ऊंचाई पर पहुंचना चाहता है। अब मैं अपने दल सखी से आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करने के लिए।
Thank you, Sneha. So I would like to start by putting out what exactly all school is and what it aims to do. So all school is an emerging new concept in the world of education, and it takes the old school concept of using one room schoolhouse in which all students meet in one room, and it has modernized this concept by using tech and outsider thinking to give us the students this hyper personalized experience that it thinks could be the answer to the problems that is entrenched in the Western education system. Now I would like Gunjan to carry on.
Going further and coming back to the first question, that what is exactly the purpose of education? In my opinion, education in its core sense tries to impart knowledge in the youth. It tries to make the youth a more learned person by instilling in them a sense of interpersonal skills, creativity, and in general increasing their knowledge base. Coming to the second question, should part of its purpose be to level the playing field? Well, we live in a world full of trade-offs. Our entire society is in our society, nobody is ever satisfied with what they have. Even the richest person, is wanting something more, is always in the need to want something more. So leveling the playing field is not possible. Providing equal opportunities is also not possible, because you see, we have a lot of education systems. We have the IB system, IGCSE, ICSE, and CBSE, and in every system has its positives, pros, and cons. So when we look at this at a wider perspective, yes, providing equal opportunities is definitely not possible. And with this, I would like Navtesh to continue.
Thank you, Gunjan. Moving forward to the second question is, are these types of schools, basically all school, are they price friendly? What I believe is all school is a emerging and a very new concept and is still on the experiment basis. So the price of these types of schools will be high for a certain period of time until they hold a certain grip in the education market. I would like to explain this with an example of a smartphone. When smartphones were initially introduced in the market, they were not that price friendly. A middle class person was not able to afford a smartphone. But as we see it now, every person has a smartphone in his hand. Today, me, my friends all have a smartphone at least. So gradually the prices of these types of school would come down. And moving on to the third question, will edtech should edtech companies join hands with these types of schools? Yes, technology should be introduced in schools as it is being introduced in every other field, but certain aspects has to be taken care because it can hamper the privacy of the students, and wherein technology comes in, privacy also plays a major role. So the privacy of the student should be respected as well as of the teachers and the school administration. The fourth question is about the research of these schools. Research and analysis should be made in schools so that we can come to know what are the students' mindset and the brain level on which they are functioning. At last, I would like to say that technology and AI should be introduced in the education system, and the upcoming generations would gradually adapt to it. Thank you, everyone.
And just moving on with the question, I would like Nathania to ask them.
So your first question is that Khan Academy, which is a free and an open platform that provides all its services for free, it is being used by all school as a part of its curriculum. How do you think that this is morally and ethically justified on the part of all schools against the huge amount they charge for their services? Shouldn't the same be used to provide basic education to everyone and ensure that a larger population gets educated?
And the second question is, uh, all school, as you all know, is a new type of concept. And the students which are currently enrolled in these schools or in this type of program are studying in a very different manner. They are using tablets and emails, so they are not calibrated with their normal peers or the students which they are normal schools. So don't you think if this type of technology gets failed, because we all know that ultimately a technology can get failed or can be delayed for some time in future, don't you think these types of students would lag behind when they will be compared to the peers? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team B. Thank you for your question. Team C, you can confer for 2 to 3 minutes, and your time starts now. You may go ahead. Time's up. Team C, you get 5 to 7 minutes to answer the questions which were posed by Team B. You may go ahead, and your time starts now.
Thank you, Team B, for the question. A very nice question has been asked for you. And I would like to answer the first question in the following manner. As it has already been stated in the question that there's all the schools they're using Khan Academy as a part of their curriculum, right? So, see, I don't think it is ethically wrong because it depends on the free will of the school. It depends on the discretion of school whether they want to include or whether they want to inculcate Khan Academy in their curriculum. Khan Academy, as I already stated in my speech, that it is providing free education to millions and millions of students, right? It is providing free education, and of course, it is somehow working for the social welfare of people as well. So, the school includes Khan Academy in its curriculum or it doesn't, it's okay. It depends.
So I agree with my friend's point of view, and I would, like you said in your question, that is it justifiable to ask for such a large sum of money? Okay, when you're including a free platform in a part of your curriculum. See, although we agree that Khan Academy is a large platform that provides education to all these people, at the same time, you have to emphasize you have to realize that education is a requirement of all. Education should be available for all. Otherwise, how can we hope for development of all the people in the society? At the same time, such a large sum of money being asked by the organization is not something which I feel is justified.
And yes, I would like to emphasize on one point that Khan Academy, it just teaches subjects. Or in other words, it is an additional platform which has been acquired by the school, right? So, yes, and it depends on the free will of the school whether they want to include it or not.
प्रश्न पूछने धन्यवाद टीम बी। जैसे कि आपको पहला प्रश्न था कि जो खान अकेडमी है वह एक मुफ्त सेवा है, तो यदि और स्कूल इस सेवा का इस्तेमाल करके भी पैसे ले रही है तो क्या ये नैतिक रूप से सही है या नहीं? मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि जो खान अकेडमी है वह एक मुफ्त सेवा है, इसका उपयोग दूसरी स्कूलें भी कर सकती है, इसमें कोई मनाही नहीं है और वह इसका इस्तेमाल करके अपने बच्चों को भी पढ़ा सकती है। जो और स्कूल है वह जो पैसे ले रही है वह AI इनेबल्ड जो उनका कक्षा है उसका पैसा ले रही है। और जहां तक बात है इस खान अकेडमी की, तो कोई भी व्यक्ति बच्चा इसका इस्तेमाल कर सकता है और इसके लिए आपको सिर्फ साधारण अपने फोन के अंदर जो ये है इसकी वेबसाइट जो है वो खोल के आप इसका इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, इसका जो यूट्यूब के माध्यम से आप इसका इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। अब जहां तक बात आई कि और स्कूल एक नया तरीका है शिक्षा देने का जिसमें तकनीक और शिक्षा दोनों का एक मिलन है, तो इस पर मैं यही कहूंगा कि यदि कोई बच्चा इन और स्कूल से पढ़ रहा है तो वह जो अकादमिक जो शैक्षिक उसका विकास है वो तो हो सकता है, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है और इसके शैक्षिक विकास में दूसरी स्कूलों के बच्चों के बराबर ही होगा, परंतु शिक्षा के अंदर शारीरिक भावनात्मक जो विकास होते हैं अब वो उसके प्रभावित जरूर हो। तो भावनात्मक शारीरिक और ये जो विकास है वह दूसरी स्कूलों के बच्चों से जो है प्रतियोगिता करने में थोड़ा पीछे हो रह जाएगा।
And all school, it is charging for providing its own facility to children. It is not charging for acquiring Khan Academy as a part of their curriculum. This is one of the points on which I wanted to emphasize. Now coming to the second question, that yes, as you have mentioned, that all school is a new concept, and if the technology fails, then will the students lag behind? So to be very honest, they won't, because technology, it evolves with time, it changes with time. If you feel that yes, what I want to say is the technology is of course is a changing process. It changes, it evolves with time. If you feel
that this kind of technology is causing disruption in the society, or is of no use, or at a certain point of time it has become outdated. So you can bring some reforms. You can modify the technology. You can modify the system of the school, right? You can modify the technology. And as I've already stated in my speech, that children should be given open space. They should be given free space so that they could evolve naturally. They could make use of the minimum substances which have been provided to them. Right. So we can consider these points as well. So technology is something which always evolves and changes with time. So I don't think that children will lag behind even if technology becomes outdated. Yes, they can, of course, the school can certainly introduce some sort of changes in technology for the development and for the betterment of students. So, yes.
जैसे कि आपने पहले प्रश्न में कहा कि क्या ये नैतिक रूप से सही है कि जो और विद्यालय जितने भी हैं वे खाना करके का इस्तेमाल करके उससे पैसे फीस ले रहे हैं। तो इस पर मेरा यही कहना है कि जो इसमें नैतिकता का सवाल पैदा नहीं होता, क्योंकि जो खाना करके वह मुफ्त माध्यम है, मुफ्त सेवा है और इसका इस्तेमाल कोई भी कर सकता है। जो खान अकेडमी है उन्होंने कोई इसमें प्रतिबंध नहीं लगा रखा कि हमारी जो सेवा है कोई हमसे पैसे देकर ही ले सकता है, वह मुफ्त सेवा कोई भी उसका इस्तेमाल कर सकता है।
थैंक यू।
अब जहां तक बात है कि क्या ये नैतिक रूप से सही है, तो जो ऑल्ड स्कूल है वह अपने जो एयर यूनिवर्स कक्षा है उनको प्रदान करने के लिए जो इसके लिए पैसे ले रही है।
Thank you so much. I humbly request the judges to ask one question each to Team E.
Team C, I just have one observation and one question is that often through this, I'm not sure what your stand is, because sometimes you have taken one side and the other times you've taken the other side. So I'm not really sure where you stand. So to just clarify, I'd like to ask you right now, do you think that the old school idea is a good idea to be implemented, say, if it was possible worldwide? Is it something that you would like to see in every school? Number one. And number two, do you think that whether we like it or not, because of the way technology is proceeding, and as we have seen in recent times that schools were not accessible, that this is indeed the future? And that really, no matter what we do, that's where we're headed? Do you think that?
Ma'am, could you please repeat the second question?
My second question is that do you think that given the history of the times that we've just lived in, where for 2 years no schools were actually open, and the fact that everybody today wants a kind of an individual experience, everybody wants to be treated as an individual, and the fact that technology, like the other team mentioned about the smartphone, that technology is something that now is spreading faster than we imagine, that actually the old school is the future, and that is where we're all headed somehow, in some form of old school or not?
Thank you, ma'am, for the thought-provoking question, and I would like to answer it in the following manner. As you have said in the first question, that should the approach which the OR school has used, should it be adopted and implemented in other schools as well, or should it be taken forward? So I believe that a middle path needs to be taken. OR school is a new concept, and we don't completely disagree with this new concept, but what we personally feel is
that government regulation and government interference is required. Because all school is something which is a profit-making venture. All school is a profit-making venture, and as it has already been stated in the case study that the installment fees is $27,500 of each child. So it is a profit-making venture, and it somehow compromises the welfare of an individual. So what I feel is that it needs to provide some sort of relaxation or concession to each and every individual, like through scholarship schemes or by giving concession to poor families who can't afford such kind of expensive education. Because of course there are many people, there are many middle class people who dream of studying in such renowned institutions. So yes, of course, providing scholarships, providing concessions would definitely help them in pursuing education. So we don't completely disagree with the concept of all school, but some sort of modification is definitely required in this. Like as I've already mentioned in my speech, that tracking students via devices is something which is completely unethical. Because you are infringing their privacy, and most importantly, if that child gets to know that he has been monitored the whole day, then yes, he won't be able to completely express himself. He would always feel hesitant, he would feel intimidated, because he knows that if he commits any mistake, he knows that he has been observed the whole day. So he will be hesitant to commit a new mistake. And this way, we are restricting their creativity. We are restricting their, we are restricting their, ability to make mistakes, because we are human beings and we naturally make mistakes, and through mistakes we learn. So what I believe is that all schools is a new concept, and it requires some sort of government regulation so that it is accessible to other students as well. And then coming to over to my teammates.
Ma'am, as you said, okay, that point was not really clear to you. So we speak, ma'am, we don't speak in against of this concept, but at the same time, okay, what's like why this concept is good and it's a need of the hour, but why should something like this be restricted to the rich class? And see, okay, now a right to education is a human right of ours, and each and everyone has a right to it. Then won't the children who are not rich enough and who are not rich enough be like left behind by this? And like, what is their fault? Is their fault really that they were born in a poor family? Is that no? I don't think so. And like, this concept is good, but the way it is being implemented, this is being implemented through a profit-making company. Same thing goes in it as well, that the government shall regulate these activities. Now, over to my teammates.
प्रश्न पूछने के लिए धन्यवाद महोदय। मैं आपके पहले प्रश्न का उत्तर देना चाहूंगा। हम तकनीक का इस्तेमाल शिक्षा देने के लिए जो इस्तेमाल ये स्कूल जो करती है उसे हम गलत नहीं मानते। आप शिक्षा देने के लिए तकनीक का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो। हमारे स्वयं का स्कूल जो है वह भी शिक्षा देने के लिए तकनीक का इस्तेमाल करता है, और इससे शिक्षा का स्तर भी बढ़ता है। परंतु हम इसके पक्ष में बिल्कुल नहीं है कि आप सारे समय बच्चों पर जो है वो निगरानी रखें, इससे उनके ऊपर नकारात्मक मनोवैज्ञानिक प्रभाव पड़ता है। और हमें ये समझना चाहिए कि शिक्षा से शैक्षिक विकास नहीं है, में समग्र विकास भी शामिल होता है, जिसमें उस बच्चे की शारीरिक और भावनात्मक विकास भी होता है। अब यदि आप तकनीक की सहायता से उन्हें शिक्षा दे रहे हो, और जो ये वर्ल्ड विद्यालय जितने भी उनमें से कई कक्षा के अंदर जो है यही लेबर कक्षा है पूरी, और उनके अंदर आप तकनीक की सहायता से शिक्षा दे पा रहे हो, इससे उनका शैक्षिक विकास तो हो सकता है, परंतु समग्र विकास में पीछे रह जाएंगे। और जरूरी नहीं कि इससे उनका शारीरिक और मानसिक और भावनात्मक विकास भी हो। हमारा ये मानना है कि सरकार को भी ऐसे कदम उठाने चाहिए जिससे कि ये जो नई तकनीक आई, ये हर किसी के पास इसका एक्सेस हो, हर किसी के पास उपलब्ध हो। अब जो आपने दूसरा प्रश्न पूछा, तकनीकी भविष्य और इसका इस्तेमाल करना ही होगा आज नहीं तो कल। सर हमारा कहना है कि हाँ ये देख सकते हैं, जैसे कि कोरोना के समय तो हमने जितनी भी क्लासेस करती थी वे सब तकनीकी सहायता से करती थी और इसके कारण हमें बहुत सारी मदद भी हुई। अब जहाँ तक बात है कि तकनीकी है तो इस्तेमाल करना ही पड़ेगा। तो मैं यही कहना है कि तकनीक के साथ साथ जो हमारे दूसरे तरीके हैं, साधारण तरीके हैं जिसे आप शिक्षा देते हो, उसका भी इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए और तकनीक के साथ बंधन नहीं लगना चाहिए बच्चों पर, उन्हें एक खुला वातावरण मिलना चाहिए कि अगर मैं विकास करूँ।
Agree with my teammates and elaborating on the first question. As humans evolve time to time, technology evolves with us. So I feel when we keep on when we proceed into the future, the technology will also improve with it. We do, and we never said we needed all school. It's just a concept. Agree with all the technology which is being used. We want all this technology to be used, but what our main motive is that each and every child and each and every student should get these type of technology so that they can use it and they may and it might improve their lifestyle and improve the way they work in the corporate world.
Yes, I totally agree with Kavin's point. And basically, our stand is that this kind of, see, we are not against any kind of technology. And what we believe in is that this technology should not be restricted to rich class. It should reach the masses. It should reach each and every individual. Why should the people of poor class or middle class be deprived of such technological privileges, of such technological equipments? That's what we believe in.
Yeah. So now I'm understanding you correctly. You're saying that the school system is excellent. Just if it were made cheaper and ethical, it would be great. Is that what you're saying? That it's everywhere to have it.
Sorry to interrupt, but we couldn't hear you due to some technical problem. Could you please repeat?
Can you hear me now? I think there is a.
Ma'am, it's not clear.
Yeah.
Team C, mute your mic. Team C? Yeah.
Yeah. Is that? I think there's an echo coming through your.
Esteemed judge, could you please unmute your mic? I think it's muted by mistake. Thank you so much.
Yeah, somebody else. Thing is that now, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that the old schools are super. It's just that the technology, if it were made cheaper and they'd stop tracking students, it would be something that everybody should have. Is that what you're saying?
And this is our stand. Ma'am, we said that some sort of modification is definitely required in all school, and instead of tracking them, I think we should provide them with an open and free space in which the children can reach their potential, and we can observe and analyze their behavioral patterns, and it is accessible to all the people. So that the main purpose of education, that is welfare of society, is not compromised. That is the main essence of our speech.
Hello. Yes, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I could see that wonderful presentation on your part, and I really appreciate that. I have few questions to know your opinion on the same. The first one is, what is your opinion on having tech partnership or tech partner system in education? Because we have seen this technology working for exam or say assessment or say assignments. So don't you feel that we have already accepted this to certain extent and we are just moving ahead with this technology based education? What is your call on this?
Ma'am, we definitely agree on that. As I've already said on my speech, that that I agree that the school should introduce such new technology to students, as it is very helpful for them to gain new experiences as they interact with new technology. So when they go outside of the school, when they graduate from high school and start going to college or start going to work, they understand these type of technology and are fluent to work with it. So this is one of the main reasons technology should be introduced. And one thing is school should introduce technology and school can form relationship with technological companies, but not partnership. As partnership makes schools into companies and they make the schools profit driven or
No, it is not so. Maybe they are as a part of their CSR that they are working on it. So as a part of their social responsibility, corporate social responsibility, that they are a partners now. Maybe. So can we have this angle? And can state make a rule that such companies should be partners with educational institutions? Why not? So that automatically this motto goes away and the technology can be used.
महोदय, हम आपकी बात से सहमत हैं। जैसे कि आपने कहा कि कंपनी की ये सीएसआर के तहत जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि वह जो है तकनीक का सहायता स्कूलों को भी दे। तो हाँ, हम इस बात से बिल्कुल सहमत है कि कंपनी की ये नैतिक जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि वह सीएसआर के तहत जो है स्कूलों की सहायता करे और इन तकनीकों को देकर जिसके द्वारा जो शिक्षा का स्तर है स्कूलों में वो बढ़ सके और बच्चों की भी इससे मदद हो सके।
लेकिन फिर ऐसा है कि ये सहायता हर एक इंस्टीट्यूट को मिलनी चाहिए, एज राइटली सेड, राइट? For all, maybe at a maximum level, whatever technologies are required for specialized courses that can be granted to those. Minimum technological functions available to all. If this is then it is. The next question is regarding this. One of the objects case study was the surveillance system is also introduced through this technology. So do you feel that scrutiny of students all the time will be helpful in any way for the schools as well as for the students?
I'm sorry, actually your voice was cracking earlier. If you could
Yeah, there is some difference. I would request the coordinator to look into this because there is.
You need to mute your mic when the judges are speaking.
Okay, should I repeat my question now? The question is regarding scrutiny or surveillance system which is introduced through this technology and technological partnership. So my question is, do you feel that such a scrutiny or surveillance system throughout meant for the students will be helpful in any way? Or is it against the very basic concept of free education, education in a free environment? What do you feel?
Team C, please unmute your mic now. Yes, please go ahead.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, ma'am, for the intriguing question. And we would like to answer it in the following manner. See, ma'am, the basic purpose of surveillance is for the security and for the protection of children. Right. Even if I take example of my school, then yes, CCTV cameras are definitely installed in the corridors and in classrooms as well. But that is for the basic purpose of safety and security of the students. So yes, this surveillance system should only be restricted to the safety and security of the individual, not infringing an individual's privacy. That is the main concern. If you are installing cameras in an individual or in a child, then that will of course be very
through a camera or through a radio show, then yes, of course, he would definitely become uncomfortable and he would not be able to commit mistakes. He would be self-conscious.
Please mute mic now. I would ask the next question if possible. Should I ask the next question?
Yes, ma'am.
Please mute your mic first so that I will be able to ask the question. Yeah, the next and last question is regarding teachers' role. So it is said that technology might take away the role of the teacher. I personally don't feel so. But do you feel that nowadays the technology, the way it is developing and the way the teachers are undertaking the technological aid, one day it will be a substitute to the teachers? Do you feel so?
Unmute yourself. Yes, you are.
So, ma'am, see, first of all, of course, technology cannot replace a teacher because the kind of emotional connect which we feel from a teacher or the kind of emotional. Ma'am, am I audible now?
Even though technological problems, I can make it out from your face. So please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for the. So, again, my point is that the emotional connect which we feel from a teacher or the kind of emotional process which is developed through teacher is something which is replaceable. Of course, even if robots and machines are trained to a teacher, how will they be able to learn what's happening? How will they able to understand and emotions and values? Teacher helps us to distinguish between what is right and wrong. And most importantly, they help us to listen to our inner conscience. So yes, teachers help us to distinguish between what is right and wrong and to help us to understand inner conscience, right? So this is something that technology won't be able to do. Technology, even if we study in such kind of schools like school, I personally feel that we will factory manufacture machines. See, we are not against any standard technology or any sort of AI training system. We are not against it. But what I personally feel is that teachers are, teachers, they help us, they help us establish new values, new belief systems, and we are able to somehow develop some sort of emotional connect with them, which a technology won't be able to do.
I completely agree with her. Ma'am, am I audible?
That's all from my side.
Yes.
Ma'am, I completely agree with my friends. What we're trying to say is that human touch is actually required. Teacher is a human being, and when you're a student, you can. When you grow older, you're able to relate with her. When you're younger, you know that she is giving you the same love and empathy, and she's putting faith in you that your mother gives. You might accidentally call your teacher mother, but you can't accidentally call your computer mother. So what I feel is all this emotions is attached with the teacher. We cannot we cannot grow emotions to a laptop. We cannot grow emotions to a software. It is not possible. So I feel that human interaction is very much necessary in development of a human being. Thank you. I'll be passing the mic to Bajrang now.
प्रश्न पूछने के लिए धन्यवाद महोदय, काफी प्रभावशाली प्रश्न था। हम बिल्कुल इसके समर्थन में नहीं है कि जो तकनीक है, जो रोबोट्स है, उन्हें एक अध्यापक या शिक्षक को रिप्लेस करना चाहिए। हमारा ये मानना है कि जैसे ये नैतिक चर्चा है, तो नैतिकता जो है वो एक शिक्षक ही हमें सिखा सकता है। कोई कंप्यूटर या कोई तकनीक हमें नहीं सिखा सकती। नैतिकता ऐसी चीज है जो सिर्फ शिक्षक के माध्यम से सिखाई जा सकती है। और दूसरी बात ध्यान रहे कि आप एक कंप्यूटर जो है या एक कोई रोबोट है, वह उस बच्चे का शैक्षिक विकास तो कर सकता है, परंतु इसके अलावा भी जो समग्र विकास है वह नहीं कर सकता, जिसमें भावनात्मक विकास आ सकता है, शारीरिक विकास, ये सब एक शिक्षक ही कर सकता है। तो हाँ, एक शिक्षक तकनीक की सहायता जरूर ले सकता है, परंतु तकनीक पूरी तरह से एक शिक्षक को हटा नहीं सकती। बस
I would like to add a few points to it. See, education or schooling is not only about the academic performance of one, but it's about the overall growth of a child. It's about the growth of emotional quotient. It's about how sensitive they are. It's not about manufacturing devices, emotionless devices. It's about inculcating the value of humanity. See, a school without a teacher is similar to a temple without a deity. How can we compare a computer with a teacher? How can it teach us about the emotional values? How can it teach us to respect the various differences the society has? Thank you.
Yes, you're quite right. Just like to add one point. Wherever a teacher cannot reach, with the help of technology, that teaching would continue. So with the help of technology, that teachers would be able to perform in a better manner, and the possible gap which may be there between the teachers and students, because students are more techno savvy. So I'm sure that students will prefer those teachers who are techno savvy, at least at a reasonable level. So thank you very much for answering all these questions.
धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, judges. Thank you, Team C. It was very insightful. You have covered all the parameters and all different perspectives of the given topic. Thank you so much. Now, since we have come to the end, I request all of you to take a break of 7 minutes. Meanwhile, the judges can decide and confer with each other and come with the final scores.
Thank you, Tadeep ma'am, for
you so
all
much.
your patience and the impressive moderation.
Thank you.
Wasn't that an excellent set of presentations we got to witness today?
Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
We certainly feel, thank you, ma'am. We certainly feel proud of these young minds. Thank you, children. Thank you so much. The teams are certainly giving our jury a tough time. Well done, children. While the judgment is being compiled, let's watch a short video, a creative video by the talented students of APS Kirkee.
नैतिकता नष्ट हुई, मानवता भ्रष्ट हुई, निर्लज्ज भाव से बहती हूँ इतिहास की पुकार करे हुंकार, हो गंगा की धार, निर्बल जन को सबल संग्रामी, समग्रोग्रामी बनाती नहीं हूँ क्यों? विस्तार है अपार, प्रजा दोनों पार, करे हाहाकार, निशब्द सदा हो गंगा तुम, गंगा बहती हो क्यों?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So before we declare the results, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Aarti Jaldeal for gracing today's event. Thank you, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time. A big thank you to all our guests and other attendees who are getting connected through social media. We truly appreciate the discerning judges for their valuable guidance, their thought-provoking questions, and selection of the winning teams. I also take the opportunity to thank our creative team of students for all their effort in ensuring the direct telecast of this event on social media. A big round of applause for all of them. Now hold your breath for in a few minutes, we will declare the results.
Sonia, ma'am, you're not audible. If you're speaking, your mic is on mute.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So our result is still being compiled for the second match. Till then, let's watch another creative video by the students of APS Kirkee.
आङ्गिकं भुवनं यस्य वाचिकं सर्ववाङ्मयम् आहार्यं चन्द्र तं नमः सात्विकं शिवं शिवं शिवम् गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः
I would like to request the judges if they would like to share a few words.
Should I?
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, to start with, I think it was very impressive how well researched all of their speeches were. It was also very impressive how they put forth all their points in a very considered, calm fashion. And I think the idea of the ethics bowl at all is so fabulous because we're living in very divisive times, and to learn to put your point forward with a sense of logic and a sense of calm is so central to how we go forward as a society. So I think it was very heartening for me to see such young people with such eloquence and calm. And I really, really want to congratulate them and all those who had a role in making them these people. So I'm very, very happy to have been a part of this. And I congratulate everybody associated with the ethics poll.
Madhushri ma'am, would you like to share a few words?
Yes, Madhurita ma'am has already shared the views. Taking the same views ahead, I would like to first congratulate the Institute for organizing such an innovative and important competition. I'm sure that the school is initiating, imparting a value-based education, and teaching values in this very way will definitely improve the students' thinking, and inculcating this positive thought process at such a young teen age is definitely a good sign for a healthy society. So I congratulate the institute, all the teachers, the head of the institution, and I'm really grateful to be part of this attempt. Secondly, I congratulate all the students for their attempt to participate in this competition, because debating and arguing is still an easy task because everyone has one's own view. But discussing the concept and assertively putting the points is really a difficulty. Nowadays, thought-provoking sessions are not seen. So this was one of the quality of this competition which I observed, that students were coming up with new points which made us to think over कि हाँ ऐसे भी हो सकता है, maybe this point is also important. So that was one of the qualitative assessment of the competition itself. But however, being a teacher, I would just like to suggest the students two important things. Being member of military school, of course, the commitment is seen, the responsible behavior is also observed. But along with this, you must have a strategy, a plan to put forth your points. Even though you have valid points, the questions which were asked were with some intention. So understanding that, immediately framing a strategy, even though I understand that at such a teen age, it will be too much to expect. But I'm sure these young kids would definitely take this as a challenge positively. And such competition should be definitely organized, and students must participate more and more. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, so much. Ma'am, Aarti ma'am, you are there with us. Ma'am, can we request you to please share a few words of encouragement for our children, please? Ma'am, you can please.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So I really enjoyed the healthy discussion, and I must compliment the students and the teachers behind the scenes who have prepared them so thoroughly with the topic. I know they must have stayed awake the entire night, building up the strategy, researching the topic, because there was hardly any time. And I think team A and team B and C, yesterday also they participated, and today was their second day. So I'm sure they must have had 2 sleepless nights, and of course the teachers helping them behind. The 2 students who are there in the team helping the students with the research work, I must compliment them also, because generally we forget the people who are working behind the scenes. So yes, the team comprises of 6 students, and I must compliment the 2 students who have been helping them. It was heartening to hear our Hindi speakers, because it is a dying language, and we have all switched to English. Somehow it becomes so difficult when we are asked to speak in Hindi. And that is again something, we are encouraging in our students, that how important the Hindi language is. And I congratulate all the teams, all the speakers, and I thank our judges, for taking out time, of course, from your busy schedule, sitting through the entire thing, listening to our students so patiently. And then you yourself must have, done a lot of research work on the case studies, which were just, I think, handed 24 hours before this event. So I think you also, we made you also do a lot of research work. And thank you for your compliments, your suggestions, and your judgment. I'm sure our students are going to benefit. And like Madhushri ma'am said that, the strategy is very important. And I think, yes, when the judges ask a question, teachers should concentrate that, okay, this is how you should answer, and this is how, the strategy has to be built up before they confront the judges. So thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Sharma. Thank you, Mrs. Sonia, the moderator. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all the team. Whoever the winner is, you were all too good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your pearls of wisdom. Thank you so much for sparing your precious time, ma'am. It was a pleasure to have you with us. Now, hold your breath, for it's time to declare the result. Are you all sweating? Yes, so the first match, yes, that's nice to hear. The winning team for the first match between Team A and Team E. Any guesses? So it's Team E with 84 points. Congratulations, children. And not far behind is our runner-up team, Team A, with 68.5 points. Very well done, children. Keep it up. The second match between Team B and Team C, our winning team is Team B with 84 points. And the runner-up is Team C, 81 points. Thank you, congratulations, and well done, children.
Thank you, ma'am.
You all did your very best, and the match is still on. So don't give up. Let's meet again tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, battle it out once more. Very well done. Keep going. Great going, children.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Jaldial, thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much, ma'am.
judges. Thank you, our moderator. Thank you, ma'am, so much. Thank you, children. See you all tomorrow.